This is the June 8th, 2020 Charlotte City Council business meeting. We've got a number of very important topics to work through today. So I call this meeting to order. Again, want to make sure that everyone understands that this is a virtual meeting in accordance with the electronic meeting statutes, and that we've met all the requirements of notice, access, and minutes. The public and media are able to view this meeting on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, or the city's YouTube page. And with that, I'll begin introductions, beginning with myself. I am Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor.
Can't hear anything. Everyone can.
Can everyone hear? And then we'll go to.
Yes, I can hear.
All right, so we're on introductions. We'll start with the Mayor Pro Tem.
This is Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Dimple Ashmera at large.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell? All right, Mr. Winston?
Braxton Winston at large.
Good evening, Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
So I want to go back to Mr. Newton. Are you on with us? Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton?
He said before he couldn't hear.
All right, we're working on it. We're working on it. So, and then Mr. Mitchell? Has Mr. Mitchell joined us?
He could maybe be in the other session. It's open, but.
Okay, we're checking on that. So we'll go ahead and proceed, and we'll have them introduce themselves as soon as we get some of our technical issues straightened out. Yes?
Councilmember Newton cannot hear us.
I know, we're working on that now. We know that Councilmember Newton can't hear us, and we're waiting on a confirmation of where Mr. Mitchell is. He may be in the other session or the other meeting. Okay, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, we can hear you now. Thanks.
On now, yeah.
I think that I've introduced you at least 6 times by saying you couldn't hear us. Mr. Mitchell? Okay, we're still working on Mr. Mitchell.
Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, everyone. City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We always begin our meeting with some inspiration followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, Councilmember Bakari is going to help us come together to solemnize the proceedings and of the day or the evening. I expect maybe even late night tonight. And then we will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Watlington. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. Dear Lord, these are very, very difficult times where I know the people that I'm surrounded by are doing their absolute best with what they think is right to try to push us all forward as a city and as a community and work together for a good, positive outcome. So I pray, Lord, that you will bless them and make them strong, make all of us come together in ways that you know we need to unite, to make every angle of our city, every angle of our country better right now in these trying times and these complicated times. And once again, dear Lord, please remember to tell the mayor to remind me when it's my turn for the prayer. Amen.
All right, thank you. I'm sure the Lord will hear those words. So now, Ms. Watlington.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We're going to go through the consent items first before we go into our closed session. And so for the consent items, I'd like to have a motion for items 43 through 61, with the exception of item number 52, which is a property transaction for the Dairy Branch Sewer Treatment Improvement Project. Item 52 has been settled. So for that, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any comments or to be made? Hearing no comments, all in favor of all of our consent items, would you please
Roll call, Mayor.
begin to,
Roll
sorry,
call.
did I have someone raise their hand?
Do we need to do a roll call?
I'm about to do that. I just
Oh,
thought I
okay.
heard someone say something. Ms. Isolt? Okay. Ms. Isolt, I can't hear her.
All right, yep.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And if the remainder would say yes all at one time, that would help resolve that issue.
Yes.
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 All right, thank you very much for that. Now we are going to go into closed session. So if you are watching us on our government channel or Facebook or YouTube, we're going to be in closed session. And on two items, it will come back immediately after the completion of that. Usually, if we were not doing this virtually, we would go into closed session from 5 until approximately 6 or 6:30. So with that, I need a motion to go into closed session pursuant to GS 143-318.11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the city council, and to go into closed session pursuant to GS statute 143-318.11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location of industries or businesses in the city of Charlotte, including potential economic development incentives that may be offered in negotiations. Do I
So
have a
moved.
motion
Second. Second.
for both items? We have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and start with Ms. Watlington.
Aye.
Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Newton?
Matt Newton says aye.
Mr. Bakari?
Aye.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
And everyone else, if you would say aye, we will now,
Aye.
thank you. We'll now go into closed session. That means that we will log off of this site and go to the next one, and we will come back to this site at the end of the closed session. So everyone, thank you. Let's go ahead and get ready.
I will take the next few minutes to explain more about these orders. First, we will be taking measures to diminish crowded courtrooms and waiting areas. The exact methods used will vary from courthouse to courthouse, according to the directives of the senior resident Superior Court judge. Some of those measures will include seats and waiting areas will be marked with appropriate social distance markers. New maximum occupancy limits for courtrooms will be established based on social distancing standards. One might be asked to wear a face mask, as the Chief Justice referenced, and in some counties, a face mask or face covering might be required. Hand sanitizer stations and receptacles will be available in public areas around the courthouse as well. And courthouses will be cleaned throughout the day. So anyone who has business with the court and the courthouse is encouraged to file documents by mail. The Chief Justice's new order also allows for a grace period of 5 days for filings that are submitted by mail. Clerks in courthouses across the state must be available to accept filings and provide access to records during business hours. But there may be certain accommodations made, like using a secure physical drop box for filings, and the clerks may require appointments and limit hours for public access. We have also worked hard since the beginning of this pandemic to deploy thousands of laptops to employees who are working remotely. We've moved thousands of court hearings online, and we've worked really hard to provide our employees with the critically needed PPE. We know that there will be a tremendous demand for limited court time in the weeks ahead, as local officials will work to clear a backlog of cases and filings. We ask for your patience with our court personnel, many of whom are still working with a reduced staff, so that we don't expose those in high-risk categories to unnecessary risk. Please remember that you can sign up for text and email notifications of your court dates by visiting nccourts.gov. That's our website. You can also take care of traffic tickets or even request a dismissal for some offenses. So we certainly encourage as many things that you can do online that you do that. You can also find specific information about your county's court operations on our website as well. You can find answers to frequently asked questions there also. As the Chief Justice said earlier, these are challenging times, and courthouses are likely to look very different in the coming weeks and months. I want to thank the attorneys, our staff, and the public for their patience while we navigate the obstacles that are posed by COVID-19. The public can rest assured that the judicial branch will remain open and will be ready to assist you with any business that you have before the courts. I will now turn the podium back over to Madam Chief Justice.
Thank you, Director Wooten. We continue to monitor public health guidance and infection rates, and while we are hopeful about what we will be able to accomplish in June, it is important to remember that a rapid upward trend in new infections could very well result in additional cancellations of court sessions. Going forward, we will need the support of county governments and the legislative and executive branches. We do not own our courthouses. We rely on counties who own them to ensure that the facilities are safe and clean. We do not have the power of the purse. We rely on the legislature to provide adequate funding for the court system as required by our state constitution. And in the face of this pandemic, we must rely on Governor Cooper and his team of public health experts to ensure that we have the masks, testing, and public health guidance, we need to safely operate our courts. Every courthouse must be cleaned, not just nightly, but throughout the day. Hand sanitizer must be provided at every entrance. And we need to have face coverings available for our employees, for the bailiffs who work in our courthouses, and for jurors and for the public when they cannot provide their own. I want to echo Governor Cooper's remarks earlier this week about the respect and appreciation that is owed to our frontline workers, to the doctors, nurses, and first responders who are working tirelessly to protect our communities. We thank you. I also want to thank our clerks and magistrates, attorneys, judges, and others who are so committed to the administration of justice and to their public service. I hope you will join me by showing your appreciation for the simple things that they do. I hope when you come to court that you will wear a mask. When you come to court, that you know that you will wait 6 feet apart and you will wash your hands frequently. North Carolinians are resilient and resourceful, and we approach our challenges with a spirit of cooperation and innovation that I know will carry us through the challenging days ahead. With that, I am happy to take any questions you might have.
Our first question today will be from Sarah D'Elia with WFAE Radio in Charlotte.
Hi, thanks so much. Good morning. Thanks for doing this. I had 2 quick questions, I hope. The first question is just about divorce proceedings. I know that that's something that's been put on hold. It sounds like that's something that could be taken back up again. And the other question I have is pertaining to eviction court. Those are often courtrooms that are packed, have a lot of folks in there. And if you could expand a little bit more on what we might see with eviction proceedings, that would be great. Thank you.
For your questions. As for divorces, we know that as we expand the access to our district courts, that divorces will go forward. What we're seeing already is that in many courts, scheduled appointments by attorneys and pro se folks are being held in our courts such that the courts are not crowded, and we continue to expect that kind of scheduling to occur. I will turn this over to Director Wooten as he is the chair of the Evictions Committee.
Thank you for your question. You are exactly right on. Summary ejectment and eviction cases are high volume cases, and many of those have been postponed over the last couple of months. So we will rely heavily on our local court officials as they make decisions on how to put those cases back on the calendar in a way that is appropriate for safety and health measures. But the plan is for those cases, as they fall within the realm of civil cases, to move forward. But because of the restrictions in place with social distancing, those cases cannot be heard en masse the way that they've done before. So we will rely heavily on our local court officials to do those in a way, still have them heard, but do that in a way that is cognizant of all safety and health precautions as well. Thank you for the question.
Our next question is from Bill Crescenzo with Lawyers Weekly.
Morning, Justice. 2 questions as well. First, you mentioned wearing masks and having temperatures taken. Who would be responsible for providing the masks, and who would be responsible for taking temperatures? Number 2, what resources do you think are going to be needed from the General Assembly to ensure the safety of court personnel and the public, and ensure that courts can effectively handle the backlog of cases that will need to be dealt with as the restrictions are eased?
Thank you. We have made requests from the General Assembly asking for resources to help with personnel to take temperatures. We're asking that medical personnel be provided and the funding for them to take temperatures in courtrooms. We're also asking for funding for additional masks for personnel and also masks to be made available to the public if they need them when they come into the courts. And we are heavily reliant on the legislature to provide the funding for employees and temporary employees and other ways in which we need additional assistance for PPE and the like for funding to make sure that we can safely hold court sessions.
Our next question is from Matt Mercer with the North State Journal.
Hey, good morning, Chief Justice. We did a story a couple weeks ago indicating that there were several lawyers and district attorneys we had talked to that jury trials would likely not happen at all this year. I'm just curious what the reasoning was to give for August. And then secondly, is there any minimum guidance given for these mass dismissals, such as what's happened in Orange County?
As to your questions about jury trials, I'm not sure where the information came from that there would be no jury trials for the remainder of this year. What I did do was to order that all Superior Court judges be assigned back to their home districts until the end of the year. But we've not made any decisions about jury trials other than to say that they have been delayed until at least August. And in the interim, we'd like to take this time to make sure that we can follow public health guidelines around holding jury trials. As you know, a jury box is closely contained. It's difficult to have 100 or 200 people coming together from which the jury might be selected. And so we just want to make sure that we can do that safely, that if need be, we be able to use alternate sites to hold juries. And so that's something that we need to explore as the branch. And so we just want to make sure going forward that we have in place the measures that need to be taken so that we can do this methodically and safely, and certainly to have the funding to make sure that it happens right. Orange County dismissals, it's important to know, as Director Wooten mentioned, that all of the information, there's a lot of information on our website about which is nccourts.gov. You will also find administrative orders entered by local judges which are consistent with my emergency directives. And so my directives really have been composed in a way to allow a lot of discretion by local officials. I think that's very important. And so as to how Orange County is handling its cases and its dismissals, it has made its own decisions about how and why those cases need to be disposed of that way.
We'll take our next question from Michael Hewlett with the Winston-Salem Journal.
Hello. Thank you for having us. My main question is, courtrooms are supposed to be considered public. What considerations have you made to ensure that the public can access court proceedings?
The courts are public and they remain open. If there are folks who are parties or interested in those court cases, there can be some allowances as long as we're following public safety guidelines around allowing people to court. I would, however, discourage folks who are coming to court to bring lots of people who are not otherwise involved in the process. And when we're balancing disposition of cases and handling cases with the necessary requirements and considerations about public health and safety. We are hearing many of our cases through audiovisual technology, and in those cases, our courts still remain open, and so there is an opportunity for the public to sign in. They are muted, however, such that they are not heard, but they can hear the procedure before the court at that time.
Our next question will be from Josh Schaefer at the Raleigh News and Observer.
Good morning, and thank you. Following up on the last question, I wanted to ask about media access. In light of the mass occupancy, in light of things being held electronically, will there be any instance in which a newspaper or a TV station or any other outlet that is trying to address public interest in a case would be turned away?
Those decisions are made by local judges, and just like before the pandemic, usually the media will make a request to the sitting judge on the case that's before the court at that time, and that judge will make that decision, and that process doesn't change at all because of this pandemic.
Melissa Boughton from North Carolina Policy Watch.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for taking my question. I was wondering what kind of precautions will be in place for incarcerated people who are coming to the courthouses. Will they have the same access to hand sanitizer? Will they be wearing masks? What kind of consideration has been given behind them being brought into the courthouse, given how prevalent COVID-19 is in jails and detention facilities?
For inmates who are being brought over from the local jails, the health and safety and welfare precautions that are instituted for those inmates are those policies are made by the local sheriffs, and those policies are made by the local sheriffs, and those decisions are made in conjunction with the local judges. And so from judicial district to judicial district, those policies might vary some, but all of them are making every effort to uphold safety standards. And so some of those, for instance, bond hearings are often held with audiovisual technology, and so there's not actually any transportation of the inmate over to the physical courthouse. So how that's addressed varies from local district to district.
If there are any additional questions on the line, please press 1 to ask a question. Mary Helen Jones from Spectrum News. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for your time today. Can you talk about the backlog of cases? How are you going to prioritize those?
Thank you. Many of you know that I've entered several orders since March the 16th, and the orders going up until the order entered today, it indicated that June the 1st would be the day through which cases would be continued. Different districts have done it differently, and so how those cases are prioritized will happen locally. On June the 1st, what we don't want is an avalanche of folks coming to our local courthouses. What we do want is for folks to either be in touch with their lawyer or go to the website nccourts.gov or call the local clerk's office. But on June the 1st, we want to make sure that we're still handling courts safely and methodically, and that we will determine from district to district how best to do that. Each district knows best about which cases are pending there and which cases need to take priority. They will be making considerations around space considerations given the new safety measures that we will be imposing. And so it's important to just make sure that folks are in touch with their local officials and staff in our courts to make sure that they completely understand what's happening in those places.
And our final hand raised today, our last question will be from Matt Mercer with the North State Journal.
Yes, Chief Justice, thanks again for taking this one. My question is, Are these same provisions also extended for specialty courts such as business courts and other courthouses that may serve other purposes, such as the courthouse in High Point, the Elon Court, the Industrial Commission? Are they subject to the same guidelines?
The business courts are, although I will tell you that they are far technologically advanced than our other courts, and so they have not the same kind of considerations, but they are subject to the same orders. The Industrial Commission is not. It is under the executive branch of government. So we are holistically trying to make sure that all of our courts have spacing considerations and public health considerations going forward. But the business court has been great. I mean, it is great. It is actually probably ahead of the curve, not just in North Carolina, but nationally. So they've had less concerns, frankly, around actually holding court and hearing motions than the rest of our courts. Well, I thank you all for being here today. I'd especially also like to thank the judges, the clerks, the district attorneys, and all of our local officials who are working so hard every day. And we ask the public for your patience as we work through public health considerations as we go forward with expanding the access for our courts. Thanks so much.
Environmental Health has changed their monthly sanitation inspections to daily in order to ensure that all of the sanitation levels, the concentration of these chemicals are appropriate and are used to clean and sanitize the high-touch areas more frequently. To help prevent the spread, we are ensuring that all these employees are accurately wiping down all these high-touch areas that people touch.
As the environmental health team from U.S. Army Health Clinic Vicenza, we provide daily checks and food service operations, support the Team Overwatch and Team Clean, and also safeguard our community with the spread of COVID-19 novel coronavirus. Environmental health cannot stress the importance of hand washing and following host nation guidance.
We're helping the West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources load up boxes and make deliveries of medical supplies throughout the state.
Perfect. And then here's another set. Okay. I said every cup made up. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
This is what we signed up to do, to help out our communities and locally, so that's what we're doing.
Let me tell you about the toughest guy on earth. He does the work of 2 jobs, but only gets paid for one. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
The fitness center is now open to active duty, retired, DOD ID card holders, and dependents from 6 a.m. to 1800 in the evening. So as you walk up to the front of the fitness center, you'll see some cones. You want to maintain social distance with those cones if there's a line. If there's no line, you'll walk into the fitness center and you'll see an individual at the desk. You'll check in with that individual at the desk. They will assign you a room within the fitness center, and then you can go to that room and work out with a 1-hour time limit. If you come up to the fitness center and the room is too full, you will be asked to step outside and maintain social distance until that room becomes available, and then you'll be able to come in and get that room. The rooms available in the fitness center are the weight room, the selectorized equipment, the cardio room, the basketball courts, but you're not allowed to play games on the basketball courts, but individuals may shoot on individual goals. And the upstairs track area has some cardio equipment that is for use, but you are not allowed to run on the upstairs track. The only other thing that we would ask is that when you walk into the building, that you have a face covering. As you transit the building, you have a face covering. While you work out, you could take your mask off, and then as you transit to leave, that you put your mask back on.
Welcome back to the men and women of the 389th Fighter Squadron and their maintenance teams to Mountain Home Air Force Base. It was longer than we planned, longer than we hoped, but the whole team performed extremely well during this record-setting deployment. I am very proud of these gunfighter warriors. Welcome home.
Spotlight is a program, so we were in partnership with the Vicenza High School. So we basically set up a platform to recognize our fantastic seniors. So we all know, we all talking about the situation that we're in right now. So we were still wanted to move forward to provide them an outlet, a platform to showcase their energy, their enthusiasm, like, you know, to make sure they can still move forward going to college with a great adventure behind them.
We've seen a lot of positive reactions online for our videos and for our flyers that we make for kids who do not want to do videos. We've gotten a lot of thanks, and the seniors seem to appreciate it.
This is Captain Christopher Hazenbank. I'm with the 1st Battalion, 119th Field Artillery. The unique thing about the National Guard is that we not only fight our country's wars, but we're here to support our communities as well. And operations and missions like this prove that. And we're very happy to be here to support our communities.
Specialist Kyle Hurley. I joined the Guard because it's something I've always wanted to do. Yeah, I joined the Guard because not only do you get to serve your country, but you also get that more personal level of getting to work in your community and actually help people in your state and in your community. So I really enjoy coming out here doing this in the community because it's what I signed up to do. And as a medic, your job is to help people, and we actually get to come out here and help people by testing them and interact with the community. So I'm just happy to be actually out doing my job and helping people.
My name is PFC Andrew Nance. I joined the National Guard to do things exactly like COVID testing, of helping out my community and doing things like disasters or relief across my state of Michigan. It's the #1 reason why I joined, was to help out the community, yes.
Corporal Corey Ragland. You know, I really like helping out the community. I know everybody is a really difficult time, and it's nice to know that we're giving people something to maybe try to get past this.
Okay, I'm Private First Class Stone. Well, I've always had a passion for helping people. For the past year and a half, I've been a firefighter, and I love that job more than anything. And I really wanted to get into the medical field, and I wanted to do more for my country, so I decided to enlist as a combat medic in hopes of getting to help my community and help my country when they needed me. And I'm getting to do that right now, which is great. Feels great getting to help people any way that I can, especially now in a time of crisis. Everybody's freaking out. We're here, we're calm, collective, we're just doing what we have to do to help the community, so it's really great.
Private First Class, Sean Cox. Well, it makes you feel good knowing that what I joined to do is something that we're actually putting into action, being able to go back into our own hometowns and do testing and do other things like this. You know, it kind of solidifies the reason as to why I joined.
My name is Rebecca Burns. I'm the health officer at the Branch Hillsdale St. Joseph Community Health Agency. So we're a rural community with limited opportunities for testing. So when we understood that there was an opportunity for free testing in the state of Michigan, we put our name in the hat to bring the National Guard down here to help us. Because we're rural, public health department, we are small and need support, and so the National Guard has been able to provide us with that necessary level of bodies and support to actually make this happen. We couldn't do it without them.
Beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, our facility has taken necessary precautions and measures to facilitate those that live in the barracks, the SIK members, and the ITDLM students. The civilians in my 92 Golfs have adapted to the situation as it comes. There's a lot of different changes, a lot of different schedule moves, but we've been able to sustain our current situation. All members of the dining facility are required to get their temperatures checked. Before they enter the building, they are to wash and sanitize their hands. And then at the beginning of our chef's mount, we ask a series of questions. Have you felt, any of the symptoms that have been, known to this pandemic prior to them entering the kitchen? The traditional food service uniform is chef coat, pants, headgear, gloves when working around food. And now that we are required to wear masks, that is part of the uniform. This is a self-serve dining facility. Now we are required to turn the spoons around, and the personnel in the dining facility serve the students and the SIK population. The head count has lowered significantly. We're used to serving up to 2,000 per day. Now we're down to around 1,300 to 1,500 during the week, and then weekends down to 900. So we have a team, an ISOFAC team that is staged outside of the Garrison area, and we support them with mermites, 3 meals a day for 14 days while they're in the ISOFAC facility. Here at the 75th Ranger Dining Facility, we're taking all necessary precautions and measures and guidelines given to us through CDC and our public health officials.
Good afternoon. This is Brigadier General Dave Tribulett coming to you from headquarters, White Sands Missile Range, on Friday, 5 June 2020, with our COVID-19 update. To the numbers, the state of New Mexico is reporting 8,672 positive cases, including 1,559 in the county surrounding Albuquerque, 150 in Santa Fe, 54 in Socorro, 535 in Doña Ana, and 25 in Otero. El Paso is reporting 3,213 positive cases, and Juarez 1,354. As we look across the region, I think it's important to note that Texas is continuing to open up and will shift to phase 3. And what that means, you can find out on community websites and also state websites. But we will see Texas continue to open up with even additional things next Friday on 12 June. And along those lines, I think it's important to understand, take great care in terms of the situation that you're going to put yourself in when you're going out and thinking ahead of time. When we look at the overall environment here at White Sands, we've assessed the situation, and as we mentioned on Wednesday, we will be opening the Frontier Club on Monday, and it will be open for breakfast and lunch, and that will be for takeout, and it will be for sit-down. The Coyote Cafe will transition to lunch and dinner, and it will also be open for takeout and sit-down. In both cases, whether it's the Frontier Club or the Coyote Cafe, the staff have positioned the tables and the chairs to ensure social distancing guidelines are being met. And so you shouldn't be moving tables or chairs. If you come in with a family that is larger than what has the chairs at the table, by all means, we want your family to be able to dine in the facility if that is your desire. Please contact one of our staff members who will assist making sure that happens, and we'll make sure that everyone's appropriately social distanced. While you're doing that, obviously while you're eating, you don't need a mask. But given the current conditions and the fact that there are more potential interactions, it just stresses the importance and the need for wearing a mask in more situations than before. And so if you're essentially inside one of our establishments that services the public, you should be wearing a mask. Again, at the club and at the Frontier Club and the Coyote Cafe, if you're sitting down eating, obviously don't need your mask. But if you're out ordering or coming in or leaving, then your mask should be on so that when you pass within folks, you're both protecting yourself and you're protecting them. I would ask you to really watch that and think about it, and also reemphasize those efforts for the other places where masks are required. The commissary, all of our AAFES facilities, and the post office, as well as the Professional Development Center. And so any place where you're interacting with staff is a place where I would expect you to be wearing your mask, and also recommend you have one with you at all times. It's hot outside, and I think it's important to recognize hit 104 today, and we're going to see that continue off and on over the next week and really moving into the summer. Projections are this will be hotter than last summer. And as we think about taking care of the community and the workforce, the temperature has got a piece that we need to hit, and that's making sure you hydrate and are doing the protections that are necessary to prevent sun damage. And so I mention that because it also ties to the other season that we're in, which is we're starting to really enter moving season. And right now, it's by exception we're seeing folks move, both in and out. But what I would ask is that you reach out to the folks that are coming in and make sure that you're helping them understand what makes this part of America unique and beautiful, and how you best acclimate and adjust to the conditions, so that we're helping each other do that, so that if you've been through a summer, you understand what it means in terms of temperature, what it means in terms of wind and sun, and are taking the appropriate precautions to take care of yourself, not putting yourself at further risk because you're at a diminished health state and then more susceptible to other things. So I want to close with thanking you for being our first line of defense, practicing good personal hygiene, wearing face coverings when you cannot social distance, but social distancing when you can, staying away from folks when you're sick, and taking care of your family and our community while doing so. We'll be back with you on Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Welcome to the change of charge for the Defense Contract Management Agency. My name is Bruce Delaporte, and I'll be serving as your Master of Ceremonies. Today's ceremony is extraordinary in that we believe it's the first time in the agency's history that all employees are able to participate, as we are streaming this event live as a result of the COVID-19 restrictions. I would like to extend a special welcome to Fort Lee's CASCOM Commander, Major General Rodney Fogg, his Command Sergeant Major Michael Perry. Also in attendance is Lieutenant General Bassett's wife, Yolantha. Joining us via live streaming are Vice Admiral Lewis's wife, Cynthia, and their three children, Matthew, James, and Catherine, and Lieutenant General Bassett's two daughters, Lauren and Claire. Finally, I'd like to welcome Mr. John Lyle, Deputy Director of DCMA, and the members of the senior leadership team, commanders and colleagues and men and women of the Defense Contract Management Agency. At this time, Ms. Lord, Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, will recognize the change of charge for the Defense Contract Management Agency, where Lieutenant General David G. Bassett will relieve Vice Admiral David H. Lewis.
Dave, I couldn't let you leave without thanking you and wishing you the best. I had hoped to get to your retirement in person, but COVID had other plans. I want to thank you specifically for what you've done for DCMA. Although we ripped you from the jaws of retirement for this job, your agency, its workforce, and ultimately all of DOD are better off because of it. The wealth of experience you brought into this position was a guiding hand for a critical agency. You took on an organization with personnel and technology challenges, and 3 years later, it's running well in what is perhaps the most demanding environment ever witnessed. That's incredible, and a final testament to your skills and leadership. And now your illustrious career ends during a pandemic. Of course, none of us saw this coming, but organizations like DCMA are benefiting right now from your great leadership. For 40 years, you've served this country honorably and with a clarity of purpose. You have left a physical mark with the ships you have built and the products you have delivered. And more importantly, you have left a legacy of strong, compassionate mentorship that will outlive us both. You have embodied the Navy's history of outstanding leadership, handed down since before we were a nation, and it's part of what will always keep us on the right bearing going forward. As the first ever program executive officer to serve as a DCMA director, you have provided a unique perspective and skilled hand in executing your duties. I'm delighted to say that we are able to continue this tradition as we welcome Lieutenant General Bassett and his family to the Acquisition and Sustainment team. General Bassett, I look forward to working with you. Dave, on a personal note, it has been an absolute pleasure working with you over the years, and I wish nothing but the best for you, Cynthia, and your entire family as you finally get to retire. On behalf of everyone in the department, thank you for your service. Congratulations. I wish you fair winds and following seas.
Thank you, Ms. Lord. Mr. Lyle will now present Vice Admiral Lewis with the Defense Distinguished Service Medal on behalf of the Secretary of Defense. Please stand for the reading of the citation. Attention to orders. To all who shall see these, presents greeting. This is to certify that the Secretary of Defense has awarded the Defense Distinguished Service Medal to Vice Admiral David H. Lewis, U.S. Navy. Admiral Lewis distinguished himself
by exceptionally distinguished service as Director, Defense Contract Management Agency from May 2017 to July 2020. During this period, Admiral Lewis's leadership and vision shaped the agency into a modern and flexible organization, capable of providing revolutionary insight across all aspects of the Department of Defense acquisition enterprise. He led 12,193 employees in support of 19,355 contractors with $5.2 trillion in executing contract value, and became the first agency to migrate to Milk Cloud 2.0 while closing all agency data centers. Additionally, he enhanced the United States-Canadian bilateral agreement audit relationship, tripled the number of reciprocal audit performed, simplified the request process, and dramatically reduced the response time. Finally, Admiral Lewis reduced the commercial footprint within the Defense Contract Management Agency by a total of 23%, resulting in a commercial lease cost reduction of $3.8 million constant year dollars. The distinctive accomplishments of Admiral Lewis culminate in a long and distinguished career in the service of his country and reflect great credit upon himself, the United States Navy, the Department of Defense. Signed, Mark T. Esper, Secretary of Defense, 2 June 2020. Please be seated while Mr. Lyle and the DCMA Senior Enlisted Advisor, Chief Master Sergeant Adam Rising, present Vice Admiral Lewis a gift on behalf of the agency.
So for this one, I think we're going to keep our social distancing because this is a big frame, and the Admiral's got long arms. So, but I wanted to just mention on behalf of the men and women of Defense Contract Management Agency, our Admiral has, you heard from Assistant Secretary Lord of all the great things that the Admiral has done in the 3 years that he's been here. Our values in DCMA are integrity, service, and excellence. And as far as integrity is concerned, the Admiral, he doesn't make any decision unless it's morally, ethically, and legally correct. And I've been here a year, I've seen it. The other 2 years, I'm sure it was the same way. No decision was made unless it met those three criteria. As far as the service that he's performed to our agency, late night emails, I've seen them all, Admiral. It's very good. 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. They don't stop. He's like a millennial, he told me. He starts his second job at 10 a.m. And then at 10 p.m. he starts in again. Because at the morning he's working at it with the different time zones and A&S meetings and so forth. But the last thing as far as the service and the integrity, but the excellence. The excellence that he's performed throughout the COVID pandemic. The Admiral's been the avid leader on this because the Defense Industrial Base reports that we've been providing to the services, to the acquisition executives, have been raved by everyone. The Secretary of Defense, Ms. Lord, all the service secretaries have all said that these reports have been vitally important to keeping the product lines going from the vital defense products that we deliver. And as we say in DCMA, if the companies are open, we're open, and the people through the Admiral's leadership have been able to do that. So, Chief, on behalf of our entire workforce, Admiral, this is for you. And we know that, look at that, 6 feet distance maintained. And we've got the coins as well as the agency flag that I know that you'll display that proudly.
Excellent. Thank you.
Right here. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Vice Admiral Lewis, Director, Defense Contract Management Agency.
So all previous greetings and salutations remain in effect. I would also like to thank our union partners for their leadership, their devotion to their membership, and to all of their represented employees, and their commitment to enabling the mission of the agency. I sent a farewell note to everyone in the agency, so I was not exactly sure what I was going to talk about today. So I went over everything and surprised came up with something. So in 1910, Theodore Roosevelt wrote, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust, sweat, and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory or defeat. DCMA is always the man in the arena. We never sit on the sidelines. We are always in the scrum. We are all in all the time. And we always stand for the accounting. In the end, good, bad, or otherwise. All the sins of a program come out in production. The flawed assumptions, the unproven theories, the optimistic schedules, the non-supplying suppliers, the unacknowledged critical paths, the missing tests, the uncertified certifications, the we don't need that training, the improper standards, the not accountable cost accounting, baseless baselines, the coulda, woulda, shoulda, and of course, the always inconvenient ice storm, hurricane, global pandemic, earthquake, and wildfire, all carefully and deliberately placed to cause the largest possible degree of delay and disruption at the most inconvenient times. We live for these problems. We've seen them 1,000 times before. We know what to do. We relish the challenge. We triumph in the problem solved, the crisis averted, or at least overcome, the clever workaround, the brilliant alternate strategy, and of course, the instant joy of a successful delivery. The highest possible achievement for us is to be boring. No drama, no deviations, no waivers, no rebaselines, just product delivered to the warfighter on time, on schedule, at the contract price. That is how it is supposed to be. That is actually how we want it to be. Sometimes it actually happens. I relish the, that was easy, what was the fuss, criticisms I occasionally hear. That is our version of an Oscar or Tony Award. For us, the iron standard of product delivery is simple and clear. Was a functional product delivered in time and on budget? Success or failure? We relish that raw, unblinking, stark, and absolute measurement. We relish that challenge. It defines us. It drives us. When it is good, it is very good. When it is bad, we all share the blame and the shame. And then we drive ahead again, without hesitation, to do better, to improve, to succeed, to learn, and to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Lewis. Now the outgoing and incoming directors will read their orders and formally pass directorship. The relief and acceptance charge will be conducted with covers by the official party. This is a long-standing naval tradition, similar to a change of command while underway.
I will now read my orders. CNO Order 1080. Your request to be transferred to the retired list was approved by the Secretary of Defense. Effective 01 August 2020, you will be transferred to the retired list in the grade of Vice Admiral, pay grade 09, pursuant to provisions of 10 U.S. Code 1370 and 8322.
I will now read my orders. Orders 147-01. You will now proceed on a permanent change of station to Headquarters, Defense Contract Management Agency, Fort Lee, Virginia, as Director, Defense Contract Management Agency, with a report date on or before 1 July 2020, by order of the Secretary of the Army.
Covers.
I'm ready to be relieved.
Admiral, you're relieved.
I stand relieved.
Uncover. Ladies and gentlemen, the Director, Defense Contract Management Agency, Lieutenant General David G. Bassett.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm humbled by this opportunity to lead this amazing team here at the Defense Contract Management Agency. Admiral Lewis, I really appreciated your remarks today as a former program executive officer. They resonate with me and the challenges that I face, that this team has faced and that you've faced together. You've done an absolutely amazing job leading this team and this agency over the last 3 years, and I can only hope to continue your legacy of excellence in this agency. You've given me the privilege of falling in on an incredible team, a team of trusted professionals committed to delivering capability and value to our warfighters. And that mission will continue under my leadership. Ms. Lord, Mr. Fahey, other senior leaders in the department, thank you for your trust and confidence in me, appointing me to this position and giving me the opportunity to lead this great team here at Fort Lee, around our nation, and across our globe. Today's change of command, change of charge ceremony comes at a particularly difficult time for our nation. We're now months into the COVID pandemic, which has taken the lives of over 100,000 of our fellow citizens. That pandemic has caused major disruptions to the defense industrial base and its supply chain. It's a global issue, it's not over yet, and it's affected all of us right here at Fort Lee. And in the midst of all of that, on the 25th of May, our nation witnessed the murder of George Floyd in the streets in Minneapolis. General Goldfein, the Air Force Chief of Staff, described Mr. Floyd's death as a national tragedy. And Army Chief of Staff, General Jim McConville, described the explosion of frustration over the racial divisions that still plague us as Americans. He acknowledged the frustration and anger that so many across our great nation are justifiably feeling today, and I know all of this is affecting the members and teammates in this agency. We wish it were not possible for racism to occur in America, a country founded on the sacred ideal that all men and women are created equal and have unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But it does occur, and it has occurred, and we have to face it together. My family and I, like all of you, across this great team of trusted professionals across the world, were outraged and angered by his death and the death of others. DCMA is a joint agency made up of and providing services across the breadth of the Department of Defense, and senior leaders from across our joint team have addressed this publicly. I'm going to encourage each of you to take a few minutes and watch the statement from the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Gilday. I'd like to read a short portion of his statement today, and I'd encourage you to watch his statement in its entirety. He said in part, "Something I have never experienced and something I never will experience is to ever walk in the shoes of a Black American or any other minority. I will never know what it feels like for you to watch that video of Mr. Floyd's murder, and I can't imagine the pain and disappointment and anger that many of you felt when you saw that, because it's not the first time. It's happened time and time again in our country. The Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Berger, said that, and I quote, "Only as a unified force, free from discrimination, racial inequality, and prejudice, can we fully demonstrate our core values and serve as the elite warfighting organization America requires and expects us to be." And yesterday, Secretary Esper stated, and again I quote, that racism is real in America and we must do our very best to recognize it, to confront it, and to eradicate it. So today, I stand before you committed to the mission of this great organization and to its soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who are our ultimate customers in DCMA. They're comprised of all races, colors, and creeds, and they embody the ideals of the Constitution they've sworn an oath to uphold. We've sworn that oath together to the Constitution and the American people. I'm committed to working with all of you, this great team of trusted professionals at DCMA, to support those warfighters. I'm grateful today to be falling in on an amazing team here at DCMA, and that team is a credit to you, Dave, and to you, John Lyle, and the team, and to all the commanders across this great organization. I could not be luckier to fall in on a better team. But what we do does require a team that's strengthened by our diversity, united in its commitment to our warfighters, our mission, and our values. And John listed those values earlier. A team that can operate without discrimination and without the threat of sexual assault and harassment that has plagued our ranks as well. I have a daughter who's 22 years old. She'll be joining the workforce here this year, and I want her to be able to serve in an organization that's free of that sexual harassment and discrimination. It has to be a trusted team, trusted by our employees, trusted by the taxpayers, and I believe I heard a number earlier of how large those contracts are that we're entrusted with. When I first saw that number and we started going over some of the issues, I spent a few nights staring at the ceiling. And then I realized I would sleep like a baby for the entire period of my time as the director. I was going to wake up every 2 hours crying. And you'll notice that the Admiral, despite, I think, a heavy heart, is somewhat relieved today. So this team that's entrusted has to be trusted by the taxpayers, trusted by the leadership of our department, trusted by the other services, and trusted by Congress. We have to be professionals, recognized experts in contract management and administration, in quality, cost, logistics, engineering. This team knows how to do all of those things, and I'm grateful to come into such a great organization. This is a team of trusted professionals whose value to the department is readily apparent and measurable. A team whose value to our warfighters exceeds the cost of their salaries in the operations of this team. To Vice Admiral Lewis, Dave, my family and I and the entire team here at DCMA wish you the very predictable fair winds and following seas. We really do wish you the very best, and you've earned a fantastic retirement, and I wish the best for you and your family in the years to come. Our nation is better for your service, and I'm personally and professionally grateful for the great team of trusted professionals that you and John have built and that I now have the privilege of leading. Lastly, I'd like to thank my wife, Yolanta, of 29 years, who's been with me since I was a second lieutenant. We've grown a lot together over these last nearly 30 years, and I'm grateful to have you by my side at the end. I'd like to thank my daughters, Lauren and Claire, for their incredible support over the course of my career that's led us to this day today. I know there's way too many missed birthdays, missed school events, anniversaries. My service is enabled by my family's sacrifice. And like so many military families across this country, you deserve our gratitude, and I'm thankful for all of you. In 1984, I started my military career right here at Fort Lee, when I started in the process of applying for an ROTC scholarship. 36 years later, I've come full circle. I look forward to serving alongside each and every one of you. May God bless you and your families. Army strong.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Bassett. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the official ceremony.
We got an assignment from National Guard Bureau to be part of a force structure to fall in on the capital region to provide just for a safe and secure environment to support our federal partners and the local police authority. And just know, first of all, that anytime we step into a domestic role, we're always in a support role. So we'll be following the lead of the people who really are on the ground there, the police, the patrolmen, the federal marshals, and all those folks, the Secret Service, who are all there on the front lines of what's happening. I'm going to tell you about these young men and women that I saw. I went out to meet with them yesterday. We got the word about noon. We cleared it with the governor midday. He gave us the green light, and we started mustering troops the day before, which was Monday. We put out the notice at 1800 on Monday, 6 o'clock. By 7 a.m. the next morning, we had buses laid on to transport these young men from all over the state. So I first want to say kudos to the private businesses that supported us to get these men located in one location, and we brought them all into Jackson, Mississippi. So bringing those planes online to be ready to transport our troops yesterday within 24 hours was a big effort on our Air Force contingent. So my call goes out to them for being able to spin up the crews and to get the equipment ready. The National Guard took care of all of the logistical requirements for these young men, the protective gear that they would need, night vision goggles, all those things that they would need to do their mission. All that was brought together within a 12-hour period here in Jackson, Mississippi, and loaded on the planes. That took a big effort because that stuff is scattered all over the state. And then we had these young men show up at their armories, and we transported them to the 172nd. And by 1600, by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, yesterday, we had them on planes headed to Washington, D.C.
Stuff from your hair, from the top of your head to your boots, you got to be in standing. If you're not in standing, fix yourself.
The young men and women who are going to Washington are members of the 155. They have support elements from around the state, chaplains, lawyers, public affairs. But for the most part, they're made up of young men and women who just recently deployed to Iraq in support of the Middle East mission that we had last year. I visited with a lot of the young men and women yesterday at the airport before they took off, spent 3 or 4 hours out there just talking to everybody individually. Some of them just rallied immediately, told their employer that they're going to go join the 155. Thank you to the employers for letting them go and be a part of this. But the theme that resonated with every one of them is that they were excited, they were energized. Rather than just go do training, they were actually doing something where they were contributing to a real mission. That's what excites a soldier, and that's especially what excites our soldiers in the 155. The best thing I can tell you is this. I asked for 150 volunteers, and we placed 368 personnel on an airplane last night who volunteered to go. So that should tell you something about where the hearts and minds of these young men and women are. I've been asked the question about how are we handling all of these different things going on. I will tell you that the Mississippi National Guard has a number of different skill sets. So we are reacting to the COVID virus situation, and we have a number of wonderful medics who have stepped up and they're performing those duties, doing the drive-by testing. We've taken on another mission from a local hospital, and we're going to do the testing for them. We've worked with the Department of Health to expand our medic qualifications so that we can put more people on the mission, which will help enable the health department. Meanwhile, if we have any domestic response in Mississippi, I coordinated with the governor and told him that we would hold back our Mississippi policing assets, our MPs, and allow them to do their mission here in Mississippi as opposed to sending them off to the capital region. And then we have this hurricane spinning in the Gulf, or right now it's a tropical storm. Our engineers are uniquely qualified to do that type of mission. And so we've also put the engineers on notice to be ready to do that. So I tell you, Mississippi is a fortunate state as far as the National Guard is concerned, because we have a lot of different assets that many states don't have. But all of our assets are uniquely qualified to do the missions that we've put them on. The medics, the MPs, the engineers, the 155 Armor and Infantry Brigade. We also have our aviation assets that can support all of those adventures. We're fully engaged, and I'm excited for our young men and women in the Guard, because they get to do more than training. They actually get to perform and use their skill sets to do what they enjoy doing.
Hi, Team Moody. I'm Senior Airman Van Zant. I'm from the ADAP team, and I'm going to talk to you today about some of the unique stressors COVID-19 has presented, whether that's being isolated, being bored, maybe being in your fields, and turning to alcohol to cope with that. So some of the red flags you want to watch for is spending a lot of your money on alcohol, or getting sick regularly when you're drinking, losing touch with those friends who don't drink, or feeling like you need a drink to get through the day. So you also want to pay attention to what you're putting in your body. So your standard serving sizes, right? For liquor, that's 1.5 ounces at 80 proof. So you may think you're pouring up one drink, but it could in reality be 3 to 4. For wine, it's 5 ounces, and for beer, it's 12 ounces. That's important because you want to keep track of your BAC, so your blood alcohol content. Our motto in ADAP is nothing good happens after 0.06. So that's when you start to get the negative effects of alcohol. We aren't here to tell you not to drink. We're just here to say do it responsibly. Thanks, Moody.
now we're ready to go live.
So the city council meeting for today will continue. I just want to remind everyone that we've had a closed session, which means that we were in a confidential meeting. And now we're going to go to our regular agenda, which includes our public hearings. So we're going to open our public hearings, and tonight we have 7 public hearings. And I'd like to ask our clerk if anyone is signed up for any one of those given hearings. Ms. Kelly?
No, ma'am, no one signed up.
All right, and I'd like to ask our attorney if we could close all 7 of those hearings at one time. Mr. Baker? Mr. Baker? Hold on. Okay, Mr. Baker? He's not there. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and start because I don't have the ability to get that answered yet. Mr. Baker's on his way back to his desk. All right, so may I have a motion to open and close the public hearing for amendments to street map for transit-oriented development zoning along the Blue Line?
Second.
Okay, now this is where it gets harder. We still are required to do the 6 votes publicly. So, Ms. Iselt?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? All right, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? So we have everyone else, if you
Yes.
yes?
Yes.
All right. All right, the next item on our agenda the next is to open and close a public hearing on a resolution to close an alleyway between Westwood Avenue and West Summit Avenue. May I have a motion to open and close the public hearing?
Second.
All right, Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Iselt.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
If everyone else would say yes.
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 The next item is a public hearing on the resolution to close a portion of an alleyway between Waverly Avenue, Pierce Street, and Kenilworth Avenue. Open and close.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did I get someone to open and close?
Okay.
Okay, it's hard for me to hear, but
Someone mute their line when they're not talking.
What, Mr. Eggleston, what did you say?
That someone needs to mute their line because there's noise from someone's feet.
Okay, all right, let's try to follow as much etiquette as we can for these virtual meetings. We have a motion to open and close. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am.
That's 6. Mr. Baker, I was asking if I could open and close the remainder of the 4 public hearings in one motion.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to read for the public to be able to know that we're opening and closing the following, we have public hearings on the following items. On the resolution to close a portion of Charles Avenue, a resolution to close a portion of Mount Holly Road Extension, a resolution to close a portion of Wallace Road, a resolution to close an unopened portion of Bryant Street. Do I have a motion to open and close?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Graham? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Newton?
Yes. Yes.
That would be everyone if the remainder of the council would say yes.
Yes.
Unless there's a no. All right. So now we have completed our public hearing section, and we come to the policy section of our meeting. And the first thing that I'd like to do is make sure that everyone is aware and has been sent a copy of a resolution that I added to the agenda on last week that will come immediately following the city manager's report. And the city manager's report is going to be divided into two sections. First, we'll have an update on summer conventions and then the COVID-19 response updates. And then we will go to item 11B, which is the resolution that you had distributed. And then we will have the manager at the end of the meeting address the two projects that we have to at the end of our business agenda on 7th and North Tryon and Pearl Street Park. So with that, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. And Mayor, I know that the big item on the agenda tonight is the item 12, FY 2021 budget. So what I would like to do is take the update on summer conventions, which Tom Murray has been, I guess, waiting a few weeks to deliver. Have that, and then move all of the other items related to my report to the end of the meeting to allow for discussion around the budget.
All right, I think that's an excellent idea. So we'll have the update on summer conventions and all other parts of the manager report at the end of the business meeting. Mr. Murray. Is he on our call?
I'm here. I'm here, Mayor.
Thank you. You'll go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Several of you have asked about preparedness for the convention center and our other venues, and I wanted to spend some time talking to you about that preparedness. Could I have the next slide, please? We want our guests to have sound peace of mind when stepping foot in our venues and visibly see the commitment we have made to maintaining exceptional health-conscious conditions. Beginning in late January of this year, we started taking precautionary steps to plan for COVID-19 implications. And by early March, we're actively collaborating with local public health experts to implement best practices to provide for health and safety of our guests and employees. We began implementing safety measures with guidance of the CDC and contracted the services of Lucy Perry, who is an infectious control consultant, and she helped us complete a full assessment of our cleanliness and sanitation procedures and provided detailed recommendations for areas of improvement. We created an internal task force to establish a new set of expectations regarding sanitation and human contact to minimize risk for all guests and employees. This task force has created return to workplace protocols and safety guidelines that address operational processes and human contact health risk mitigations, and to recommend a staged approach to returning to our workplace according to government regulations. Next slide, please. We are committed to providing a safe environment for our employees and our guests and developed a cleanliness credo. While our venues may look the same, our world has certainly changed. And we evolved our cleaning and safety measures to meet the demands of this new normal. That means rewriting our protocols to a standard we call We Clean with Care, which translates to rigorous measures involving sanitation and disinfecting our venues with increased frequency and implementing new personal safety and best practices. Next slide, please. In addition to hand sanitizer stations being installed strategically throughout high traffic areas, visual signage to ensure proper flow, and social distancing and CDC signage detailing proper hand washing and hygiene procedures posted throughout our venues, we have implemented additional safety measures such as the following. Cleaning crews have increased cleaning frequency with special attention provided to high-touch areas, our escalator rails, our elevator buttons, stair handrails, etc. Color-coordinated microfiber cloths used with true shot cleaning solutions to eliminate cross-contamination and high-touch areas. We've enhanced our air handling filtration systems. We've installed plexiglass shield barriers in the food court, in the exhibit hall, concession stands, portable bars, rolling break tables, and in our visitor information centers. We will be using electrostatic disinfectant sprayers in each meeting room before being occupied and between room refreshes and afterwards. Foot claws have been installed on all of our restroom doors for hand-free use. The convention center is migrating to linen-less tables for our classroom sets. And we have also implemented food and beverage safety standards, such as options for no contact service and cashless payment transaction systems. Next slide, please. Additionally, we're pursuing the GBAC STAR accreditation, an outbreak prevention, response, and recovery accreditation. In the wake of the coronavirus pandemic, we recognize the need to confidently reopen our venues and keep staff and customers and our communities safe. The GBAC STAR accreditation is the gold standard for safe facilities, providing third-party validation that ensures facilities implement strict protocols for bio-risk situations. This program establishes requirements to assist facilities and work practices, protocols and procedures and systems to control risk associated with infectious agents, such as COVID-19. To achieve GBAC STAR accreditation, facilities must demonstrate compliance with the program's 20 elements, which range from standard operating procedures and risk assessment strategies to personal protective equipment, emergency preparedness and response measures. 3 of the biggest convention centers in the United States, Las Vegas Convention Center, Chicago's McCormick Place, and Orlando's Orange County Convention Center have signed on to achieve these new accreditations. Accreditation empowers facility measures to assure workers, customers, and key stakeholders that they have proven systems in place to deliver clean and healthy environments that are safe for business. We look forward to bringing that same assurance to Charlotte Convention Center through this prestigious program. Next slide, please. Several of you have also asked about convention center bookings over the summer. Now, where we originally had a pretty full summer planned, many of our conventions that we had planned in the summer have either canceled or relocated to other dates. Next slide, please. We still have 2 remaining conventions that are contracted through the end of the summer. But all events booked at the Charlotte Convention this summer, including the RNC, are pending restrictions on mass gatherings being lifted, reopening our venues using best practices, and in full compliance with any guidelines in place from public health and government officials. So in July, we only have 1 contracted piece of business. It's a consumer show, and it's about 1,000 people peak attendance. In August, we only have 1 remaining piece of business. As many of us know, the RNC is still contracted for business in August, starting about the middle of August. So that's the end of my presentation today. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
All right, are there any questions? Has anyone put their hands up electronically? Any questions for Mr. Murray? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray, do you have an estimate of the business revenue lost because of the cancellation of the conventions that were booked that have definitively canceled this fall?
So we haven't lost any conventions in the fall, but we have lost this convention starting in March, April, May, and June, and the ones that were booked through the summer. I don't have the tally yet, but I certainly can make it available to you of the estimated volume of the business. We don't do economic impact before businesses show up, so we don't have that typically, but we can come up with some methodology to tell you the revenues we had expected because we had budgeted many of these revenues to come in, and we can use our budgeted expectations.
Okay, and then the other question is that I have is when you have a convention and you've gone through all that process, and I'm sure it's a very expensive process, how often do you have to do that thoroughly? If you have one, even if somebody says, you know what, I just found out I was exposed to somebody who was COVID-19, what do? Do you go through it all over again, or what, how do you handle it?
So the process that I described to you all earlier is an ongoing process, and in fact, it goes on throughout each convention. And so we will continue to do that as long as the recommendations are that we are still in this risk of infections, and so that happens all the time. If someone came with COVID-19, then we would have to certainly do all the recommendations that the county health officials and state health officials would recommend that we take.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Asmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Murray?
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned about one convention in July for about 1,000 people. Did they submit a plan for an approval?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You phased out for a second. Did this something apply for approval? I'm sorry.
Yes, so you mentioned that there is a convention in July of about 1,000 visitors. Did they submit a plan for an approval?
Did they submit a plan to the government for approval to hold the convention?
Yes, sir.
No, as I said, they're awaiting the government's guidelines for what they can and cannot do before they move forward with their convention. So we continue to follow the guidelines of the governor and his health officials and our local county and city officials as well. So they haven't been asked for a plan, and they are awaiting the government's expectations.
Thank you. What is CRVA's role in asking for a plan for the conventions that are already in books?
So that is not our role, but the health department has been asking events for plans. We don't have that role.
Got it. So you are not a part of the coordination process of any sort?
Certainly, we are working with the customers and helping them understand how they can meet those guidelines and showing them the ideas and thoughts that we had about that and preparing plans for 6-foot distancing, helping them understand if the recommendation is for PPE or any of those kinds of things. And we're answering questions and sharing resources with our customers.
Got it. So you are available for resource, but you don't necessarily help them with coming up with a plan.
No,
okay.
we just advise them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs?
Mayor, yes. Tom, do the contracts that were terminated contain any provisions for cancellation fees or penalties or is our hospitality industry going to bear the full brunt of the COVID-related inactivity?
So we work with each customer differently. Most of the customers that worked with us originally relocated their dates, and we were able to accommodate them. Some who fell in what we call the force majeure area of dates have canceled, but many of those are our future customers. And so the loss of revenues for many of those customers will fall on our organization to bear the economic damages of not having the events.
It's a tough deal for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any, Mr. Bakari?
Yes, thank you. I wasn't going to ask a question, but I would like to follow up to what I just heard you say and really ask it again very specifically and cleanly so we all walk away with this with a crisp understanding. Are you saying that there are, of the only 2 conventions on the books, one for 1,000 people in July, was it?
Yes, sir.
And then one for much larger, but obviously both of them far, far beyond that of the governor's executive order on gatherings. The one in July was not requested and is not on track to have to submit a plan to the governor and the North Carolina administration, and one is required to?
So there are 2 different kinds of events. One is a much smaller event and is what is a consumer show, which is like a trade show in the exhibit hall, and may not have the kind. It won't have the kind of volume of visitors in it, and many of them will be local businesses that will join it. So. But as far, I'm not aware of any requests from the local officials or from the governor's offices or the health department for any kind of guidelines. But more likely is what is happening is that the client is waiting to understand whether the health officials and the governor are going to allow for the kinds of events that he or that client is hoping to have.
Is that, so I understand it's a smaller trade show type event, but is that, to your knowledge, will those gatherings be under 10 or 25 people in nature?
So today, no, they are not planning for a 10 or 25, so.
They'll be above that.
They would only be able to hold their event as if phase 3 has taken place, or if the governor expanded his guidelines for meetings.
Okay, thank you. That is my only question.
All right. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, and Ms. Kashmira.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Bakari's point here. So, Mr. Murray, correct me if my understanding is wrong here. What you are saying is that 1,000 people convention in July, they are still awaiting on the guidelines from governor's office. It's not confirmed as of right now. Is that correct?
It was originally a contracted piece of business that we had planned to host, but it is still pending whether or not the restrictions will be lifted to allow them to have the convention. Under today's restrictions, they wouldn't be able to have the convention.
Got it. So they are awaiting on the guidance from the governor's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, thank you, Mr. Murray. I want to say to you, your board, your visitors group, advisory group, that we all understand how difficult this can be, but we're not living it. And until you walk in someone's shoes, I'm not quite sure you can express enough empathy for the situations of how this pandemic has impacted their economics. And I think that, a lot of times people talk about work, but work is often a part of our own identity. So we appreciate the sacrifice that's being made and certainly understand that we want to be open for business as soon as we can. And as soon as we can get a vaccine for this group, I think for this virus, I'm looking forward to a full and robust community again. So with that, we are done with our update on the summer convention, and I'd like to recognize the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So since we've gone virtual, many of the items that would have been in an action briefing have fallen under the manager's report. And as I mentioned earlier, I'd like to move all of these items to the end of the meeting because there are a number of questions that have surrounded the FY 2021 budget, item number 12, and the budget office has provided a series of responses to the various questions from the council members. And I believe that that has also resulted in some actions that the council would like to make or at least discuss prior to going into the budget. So the budget discussion. So Mayor, members of council, I'd like to yield back to you some of the items that I believe that you'd like to bring forward under the manager's report.
All right. I think I want to say first that I appreciate all of the work that the council has done. And as I look out of my office window right now and see 3,000 people protesting lawfully, let us hope that we are beginning to make a difference. And with that, I'd like to recognize Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I spoke with a number of my colleagues over the weekend, as well as the mayor, about what we saw on video last week, resulting to peaceful protesters being caught up tear gas. I think I need to start by saying that we're here today because of George Floyd, who was inhumane, murdered based on police brutality, perpetuated by a culture of white supremacy, my words. And I have first-hand knowledge of the painful impact of that type of thinking. And so the issue is racism and discrimination, and has led to a bigger issue in our community as well as the nation in terms of police brutality and police accountability. We all saw the videos from last week. What happened on College Street last Tuesday was upsetting and, from my perspective, appalling. And there has to be accountability for the errors that were made. And we have a chance to do that after we receive the SBI review of the incident. But I believe that further action must be taken so we can know exactly what happened and why. Charlotte has a long history of getting things right. There has been significant advances, and there has been some failures. And I believe, from my perspective as one council member, last Tuesday night was one of those failures. And so I would like to ask the city manager and the council to send to the Safe Community Committee the following items with the consent of the mayor. That one, that we request the city manager to provide the city council with a full report on the interaction between CMPD officers and protesters on the evening of June 2nd, 2020 at approximately 9:30 p.m. in which chemical munitions were deployed by CMPD officers while protesters were walking on East 4th Street, South Tryon Street, and South College Street. One request. Second, to the maximum extent allowed by law, that we request the city manager to provide the city council with a recurring, preferably on a quarterly basis, a report that reflects a review and analysis of relevant data and trends related to complaints of excessive force against CMPD officers. And then finally, that we direct the Safe Community Committee to host hearings on policies and procedures regarding de-escalation of tense situations and managing crowds of protesters, as well as studying national best practices for police reform. I would hope that the city manager will be a part of these important conversations and bring back recommendations for adoption based on the learnings of the committee's work. In addition, I hope that we can have hearings throughout the community to really hear from the community. I think we are hearing from them tonight outside of our building, more than 3,000 strong, that we need to be open, that we need to be direct, and we need to, as an organization, be accountable to the people. So I hope, Madam Mayor, that you would send that to the committee and charge the manager with those responsibilities.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. I certainly endorse and support each one of those actions and will complete a committee referral to the Safe Community Committee as a result of this request that Mr. Graham has spoken with each colleague about. I'd also like to say that one of the models that we need to incorporate in every committee discussion that is around major public policy that requires community buy-in is that each committee and topic conduct their meetings and then open for communication, whether it's by being physically present, by all of the social media opportunities, that they hold a session for a public forum following each of their business meetings in order to gauge the reaction and the acceptance of where we're going, especially around this issue that we have as we are looking at how are we going to build the reforms necessary as a result of the actions that this country is seeing right now. So with that, I think the next item that we have on our agenda, I'd like to recognize Mr. Eggleston and look at agenda item 11B, which is title, a Charlotte City Council resolution.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you like me to read the resolution and then?
I think if you would read the portions that you feel most important and necessary for the public to hear tonight, that's where I leave that up to you, Mr. Eggleston.
Okay, well, I'll read the whole thing and I'll do it quick, but I'll preface it with, this is not the last thing that we will vote on this topic tonight, and the things that we vote on tonight will not be the last things that we do to implement change in our policies and procedures to make sure that interactions between our law enforcement and our citizens yield better outcomes and that we can start to rebuild trust. So again, we've heard from people that say we want more, and we agree. This is not meant to be the end. This is only meant to be the beginning. So, whereas on May 26, 2015, the Charlotte City Council unanimously adopted a resolution on the protection of civil liberties that states the Charlotte City Council recognizes the community is comprised of a diverse population, which is vital to the city of Charlotte. And the council seeks to foster trust with all members of the community. Whereas on October 3rd, 2016, Charlotte City Council pledged in its community letter its commitment to enhancing trust and accountability within the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department and the community. Whereas on December 16th, 2016, Charlotte City Council unanimously adopted a resolution stating the council's opposition to discrimination. Whereas on May 29th, 2020, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, George Floyd was killed by a police officer, even as Mr. Floyd pled for his life and 3 other officers stood by without intervening. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Charlotte City Council hereby strongly condemns the killing of Mr. Floyd and does not accept racism and discrimination within police forces and other systems that led to such atrocities and erode trust, expresses its deepest condolences and sympathies to Mr. Floyd's family and friends in the Minneapolis community, stands in solidarity and resolves to work alongside those who strive every day to root out racism in our society, including police officers, community activists, clergy, representatives of business, nonprofits, and government and beyond, and charges every member of our community to join the effort to create a more equitable and just city, state, county, and world. Most importantly, we request the city manager to review the Charlotte-Mecklenburg police department policies to ensure alignment with the practices recommended by the National 8 Can't Wait initiative, including ban chokeholds and strangleholds, require de-escalation, require warning before shooting, require exhaust all alternatives before shooting, duty to intervene, ban shooting at moving vehicles, require use of force continuum, and require comprehensive reporting of force. And I want to reiterate too, because there's been some confusion about this, and that's the conclusion of the resolution. The 8 Can't Wait campaign does not insinuate that Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department does not have any of these practices in place. In fact, we have several, and we have pieces of others. But organizations like Safe Coalition and C have been pushing for this for some time now and have gotten us much of the progress that we've already made. This is an opportunity for us to charge the city manager and city staff with comparing our policies side by side with the recommendations from Campaign Zero and this 8 Can't Wait initiative to identify where there are gaps that we can close. And so we're not starting from scratch here. We're just trying to get across the finish line with the work that's already been done before most of us were on council. So thanks to all of those who have done that work, and we just want to help finish it here. So I've spoken with each of you about this, and I hope that everyone on council will be supportive of this tonight as, again, just the first step on a lot of the work that we have to do.
Mr. Larkin, are you making a motion?
I'd like to move that we adopt and approve the resolution as stated.
Second.
Second. We have a motion and several seconds. Is there any discussion?
And Madam Mayor, if we could take a full roll call vote on this one, I would appreciate it.
I would certainly be glad to do that. Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Eggleston, for reading the proclamation. I also want to give a shout out to Robert Dawkins with Safe Coalition, who had started this effort almost 5 years ago and have been advocating for the Campaign Zero policies in place. So this is just the beginning, and we have a lot more work to do ahead of us. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to also just acknowledge my good friend Robert Dawkins as well, his hard work in this space for a number of years. We go way back, and we've worked on these types of items together, actually. And so I have a passion for this myself. I wanted to just acknowledge that I will be supporting this, but as we often say, we don't want perfection to be the enemy of the good. The devil is in the details here. Many of the proposals that are outlined are going to need to be fleshed out. And so I think given the renewed emphasis on issues pertaining to police in our community, I think, the quicker we can do that and expedite this process, the better. I would level that challenge to the city manager here. And then also, in as much as the Community Safety Committee is concerned, I would also level the challenge to ensure that the items being sent to that committee be addressed in as timely a fashion as possible. We know that protests are going to continue, and we want to make sure that as they do, peaceful protesters are protected. And we want to make sure that if there is any misconduct or any questionable actions, including maneuvers, so any questionable tactics, that those be addressed, whether it's intentional or not, right? Tactics that are engaged in intentionally or unintentionally, they be addressed for everyone's safety. And so the sooner that those items can be reviewed in committee, data can be collected, and decisions made, absolutely better. So once again, I'll be supporting this, and I level those challenges to the city manager and my colleagues.
All right, Mr. Bakari.
Thank you. Yeah, I just would say that this is a great example of when this body works together and finds common middle ground, and it happened quickly. I think Councilman Eggleston needs to be called out for his leadership in making that happen, and I am going to support this wholeheartedly because I personally believe this is not something we are doing to the police, rather doing with the police for the betterment of our community and to make sure we're getting it right. So I'll be supporting it.
All right. I don't have any other speakers. With that, I'm going to do a roll call vote. I'm going to start with Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
and our Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
So that, Mr. Eggleston, with your resolution and your work to bring us to this point, is a unanimous support for this. Thank you very much. All right, the next item on our agenda is the fiscal 2021 operating budget and the fiscal years 21 through 2025 capital investment plan. The action is to adopt the fiscal year 2021 appropriations and tax levy ordinance, the FY21 compensation and benefits resolution, and other items related to the annual budget ordinance adoption, including the FY21 operating appropriations and tax levy ordinance, the FY21 2025 capital investment plan, the FY21 general solid waste fee, the FY21 storm water services fee, the FY21 transit operating and debt service budget, which was approved by the Metropolitan Transit Commission on April the 22nd, 2020, the FY21 Charlotte water rates, the FY21 compensation and benefits plan and associated human resources contracts, the outside agency and municipal service district contracts, the city's investment policy, and other related budget items. I'm going to ask the committee chair, Mr. Driggs, to start us off. Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've been discussing this budget that we have before us tonight at length over the last few months, and we appeared to be poised to approve it unanimously only 2 weeks ago. You will recall that the manager did an excellent job of adjusting the budget to absorb the COVID-19 related revenue shortfall without a tax increase or invading reserves. Key priorities were preserved, and there was even new investment in critical areas. The manager and staff deserve our recognition and thanks for the fine job they have done. But now, in view of recent events and protests, we are facing some last-minute questions. So first of all, let me say that we are all horrified and disgusted by the senseless murder of George Floyd. Those videos are some of the ugliest images that I've personally ever seen. Mr. Floyd's gruesome death has caused an outcry across our country. In Charlotte, we are challenged tonight to find an adequate response to the demands for change that we've received from all corners of our city. Some of these demands for change take to the budget, most notably including the suggestion that we partly or wholly defund CMPD and divert resources to other city priorities that would address some of the root causes of social tension. I believe such changes are complex and might need to be large in scale to make much difference. They cannot be thrown together hastily in a few days. Just as, for instance, with diverting 10% of CMPD's budget, $29 million, create a big enough social change to reduce crime from current levels and offset a reduction in our traditional law enforcement capabilities, we need to do more work. I understand that there is great urgency behind the calls for council action, but we have a duty to make changes responsibly and with an awareness of effectiveness and consequences. The events of the past 10 days and tonight will not be forgotten, but it will take time to follow through. I would like to point out that 3 council actions that we are contemplating tonight are relevant to the social tensions we are currently trying to address. First, we are discussing ways to respond to community calls for changes in police procedures, as you have heard. Council has been very busy these past few days, and I fully expect that further conversations will be a priority for us in coming weeks and months. Second, the budget we will vote on tonight includes, for the second time, $50 million of funding for affordable housing. Taken with the new private funding initiatives, this represents more than 5 times the annual amount we invested in affordable housing only a couple of years ago. Third, the Ballantyne Reimagined proposal that we will consider tonight includes provision for a novel public-private partnership that will create 260 affordable housing units in a part of town, namely my district, where land prices have been a major barrier to affordable housing in the past. The Ballantyne project will also help jumpstart our post-COVID recovery by creating thousands of jobs for people, many of whom are currently out of work and having difficulty making ends meet. Finally, I would like to say that any review we may conduct of funding for law enforcement in Charlotte should not be taken as an indication of wrongdoing by CMPD and its officers. The George Floyd murder did not occur in our city. Our review of the Kettle incident is not complete. As Council considers its response to community calls for change, we should always be mindful of our debt to the men and women of CMPD who work day in and day out to protect us from burglars, reckless drivers, criminals with guns, and many other perils. They are doing what we hired them to do. If council should decide that new policies might yield better results, it is on us to develop those policies and not disown those who faithfully did as we have asked in the past. With that, I would like to make a motion that we approve the budget. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Driggs, for your work as the Budget and Effectiveness Committee Chair.
Second.
And thank you for the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. I thought it might be easier to have people reply in a way about the budget, and then to start off with, if it's okay, I'd like to start. Mr. Driggs has spoken. Mr. Bakari, do you have a comment on the budget?
Yeah, I'd just like to say it's a really good budget. Mr. Manager, you worked really hard on it all year. Staff, the budget office, during tough times, you pulled a rabbit out of the hat. So good work.
Mr. Newton? Any comments on the budget?
Yes, ma'am. So I think recent events have really shown a light on some of the inadequacies in government, a lack of accountability and transparency, frankly. I still have a lot of questions pertaining to the incident that happened Tuesday night. I feel like the public deserves better, deserves more answers, and I feel like we deserve more answers, right, as a council. Not so sure we're getting those. And that's why I have to agree. I've gotten one or two emails here over the past week, and I have to agree with the sentiment that I've received in many of those emails. I think we need to have a real closer look at our CMPD departmental budget, and I think we need to start talking about the potential of an overhaul here, particularly as it pertains to what would, around the world, be considered military-grade weapons. We've allowed the purchase, with taxpayer dollars, the purchase of military-grade weapons that are used on our own residents of our community, and I think that we need to really take a more serious look at that. And if we have the opportunity to do that tonight, in this budget, I think we need to take that opportunity. I think that the citizens of Charlotte deserve that. So it's my understanding. I don't have a motion to put forward on that, but it's my understanding that there will be a motion put forward on that, and I will be fully supportive of it.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson? Do you have any comments on the budget?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago we did review the budget, and there were not a lot of budget, even public comments regarding the budget. But things have changed in 2 weeks. This is not just about George Floyd. We know that George Floyd he's bringing transformation in the nation. So I think it's fair to take a look at the budget. This is not anti-police. I think the police want transparency. I think any officer wants transparency along with the public. So I'm also awaiting the next step for the budget. This is an opportunity to make some changes for our city, to make it safer for our residents. And I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington, I think you're up next, and I hope that we will have some conversation about what's in the budget in addition to what changes we want to make. If you have any comments?
First of all, I will agree with my
Any comments?
First of all, I will agree with colleagues, and I will give you what I said the last time I had a budget discussion, that I am very, very pleased with what I've seen in the budget so far. Some of the things that I'm particularly excited about are some of the things we've been able to do from a housing standpoint, from a transportation standpoint, and our corridor revitalization work that I think really shows an investment in doing the work of equity or creating equity in our corridors and for some of our most vulnerable residents. We have said before, we know that Charlotte's got a lot of work to do in terms of economic mobility, and I think that this budget reflects our commitment to do so, and I look forward to leading that work as we go into this fiscal, particularly for the corridors on the west side. That said, we work for the people, and it's been made very clear over the last couple of weeks since we last had this discussion that our bosses are telling us that they want to see priorities change. At the very least, investigating what what has to be true to be able to create a society in our community where we believe that our residents are safe no matter where they live, but also that we are working with our public servants and our first responders to continue to create a great community for all. I think Councilmember Bakari said it best, that we're working together with our CMPD officers. Certainly very, very appreciative of the work that they have done and the work that our community leaders have been able to do with our community officers. So there's opportunity for improvement, and we build on where we are. So with that said, I think it's important that we start this process understanding that we've got to be data-based. We've got to understand what's in our budget, what current programs exist within our police department that are above and beyond policing on the street, but investing in our communities. We know that we've got things like POW. We know that we've got diversion programs and youth programs that help to redirect the trajectory of many of our youth in our streets. And so with that, I am looking forward to supporting Mr. Winston's motion, but also looking forward to doing due diligence and not jumping to a conclusion about what we need to be funded, where we need to be funded, but also understanding that we are beginning this work with a desire to redirect our funds to where they need it most. So I look forward to doing that work with council, and I'll be supporting this motion.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to say to the city manager and to the budget staff and the department heads, thank you for the hard work that you've put in over the months on this budget. We are the envy of a lot of cities our size that we're not having to cut core services because of the pandemic. And so that was first and foremost a goal, I understand. But in addition to that, there are things in this budget that I don't think people really realize, like $24 million in corridor infrastructure improvements. Before the pandemic broke out, we were working with the county and with Dr. Gibby Harris, who's now very busy doing other things, and Robert Dawkins and community leaders on addressing crime as a public health crisis. And the manager put money in this budget to fund that initiative, and I'm very appreciative of that. And we haven't even talked about it since the pandemic broke out, because we haven't been able to meet, and B, Dr. Harris is a little bit busy right now. So I'm grateful for the efforts that have been made. These are all, they probably all feel like we're chipping away at a system, but that is what we're doing. We're chipping away at a system that was established hundreds of years ago and isn't going to change overnight. So that, I want to acknowledge the thousands of emails and phone calls that all of us have been receiving. I'm sure we'd all like to respond to each one of them, but we can't. That's hard to do. But I want to say that I hear the pain in the community. I hear the pain of Black and brown people that have expressed your pain is legitimate and your voice needs to be heard. As Mr. Drake said, we all want the police to show up when our house is being broken into, our cars being stolen, somebody's being assaulted. But the perception of police protection is very different for white and for Black and brown people. So in the wake of what is happening throughout the country, we recognize that we do need to take a look at how we use law enforcement, how we spend law enforcement dollars, so that we can evolve to build trust on all sides. And to that, I want to say, because I ran for office on a platform of public safety, and as a banker and also someone who was a crime victim, I really feel strongly that we know that the causes of crime that causes people to commit crimes are things like lack of affordable housing, lack of good jobs, lack of good neighborhood services, lack of a good education, et cetera. And so if we're not willing to look at our own budgets, when I say we, I include our county commissioners and our school board members. And if we're not willing to look at our own budgets and say, have they gotten out of whack? Are we really investing in those things? Then we probably shouldn't be surprised when we have to respond on the tail end by hiring more police officers and by more law enforcement, because that's what's happened. And that's why we have the budget that we have. And so I challenge our colleagues, I challenge colleagues across all of our boards to really look at our budgets going forward, we can do that at any point in time and say, does this really reflect what we say our values are in this community? And if they don't, then we need to realign them. So again, I appreciate all the work that's been done. We are where we are because of our council and councils that came before us. So we've got to start addressing it. And with that, I will be supporting this budget, and I will also be supporting Mr. Winston's substitute motion to the budget. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to thank the staff, the Budget Committee, for all the hard work they did in preparing the budget for this fiscal year. It's a big document. There's a lot of good stuff in it. My colleague from District 3 spoke about the quarter revitalization dollars that will really transform some fragile and threatened quarters in our community. The dollar amount is by far more dollars directed toward that effort. And wow, affordable housing and housing opportunities is really well reflected in the budget as well. Obviously, we have a mobility problem in our community, and the budget addresses transit and things that we would like to do to move our community forward and make sure that we have the ability to connect with one another through our roads, trains, buses, etc. So it's a very comprehensive budget that meets the needs of the community. It's been said that the world has changed in the last 2 weeks. And this is more in 10, 12 years of public service. I've gotten more emails about the budget than I ever have. And I think that's a good thing because it presents an opportunity for us to educate and inform, but also an opportunity for us to really hear from the community in terms of our priorities and where the dollars are going. At the end of the day, it's their money, and we should invest it according to their desires. Let me say this, that I hope that through this process that we will be very thoughtful in terms of our decision making. That we, again, Victoria and I are on the same page, that we study the data, that we do the research, that we do the homework, that we dive deep in terms of the decisions that we will be making going forward. I serve on the Budget Committee, and it's a lonely place sometimes because a lot of folks don't really come to our meetings. And I got a feeling that's going to change moving forward. And so it really creates an opportunity for us to share, educate, and inform, and really get community feedback in terms of where they would like us to invest their dollars. I will be supporting the motion that's not been made that everyone's referring to. I hope that it's going to the Community Safety Committee. I think that's the appropriate committee for it to go so that we can gather all the information in one pocket. So it's the best way to be the most effective and efficient. That's our goal. And I think it's an opportunity for us really to understand specifically the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department budget. I think it will surprise a lot of people once we do a very, very deep dive into it in terms of where the dollars are going, how they're being spent. But more importantly, I think it addresses the issue of the day in terms of investment versus priorities. And I stand ready to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to also echo Mr. Graham's point about the Budget Committee. I have consistently served on the Budget Committee since 2017, and sometimes it feels lonely in there, and I'm sure it will change moving forward. It's great to see our residents being engaged in the budget process because our budget reflects our priority. I support the budget. Thanks to our city manager, our staff for doing an excellent job with the budget. It addresses our priorities when it comes to affordable housing, transportation, workforce development, sustainability initiatives. But we know that we cannot operate as business as usual, especially after considering what we have seen in our city on Tuesday night. And we have to change as a result. With that, I do have some questions for our chief. Is our chief on the call?
He is, but he was going to be prepared to speak later, but I think, Mr. Jones, can the chief be made available?
Yes, he's on the line, Mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Ms. Asmira. Chief,
I'm also here with Chief Putney as well, so,
Chief Putney and Chief Jennings, thank you.
yes.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Chief Putney and Chief Jennings. Okay, so a couple of questions. How many, this is in relation to the substitute motion that Councilmember Winston is going to make. So how many protests were there in past 10 days total?
Well, I don't have that number in front of me. I can certainly get that and supply that to council.
Okay. So how many times have your department used chemical agents?
Again, that's information I can supply, but I don't have it. We do track that.
Okay. Well, I look forward to having that information. Would you be able to tell me why did your department deploy those chemical agents?
Certainly. Chemical agents are deployed when protests turn violent, and we are issuing orders for dispersal.
Thank you, Chief Jennings. So certainly what we have seen in the videos that were sent to us by many folks who were out there on Tuesday night, they are telling us a different story. You know, what I would like to see is that, well, before I go there, I would like to have a follow-up question for Chief. Does our department have any 1033 program, which is relationship with the Department of Defense or private sector?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So we currently, do we have any transfers of any equipments from war zone?
No, we don't have any equipment from military surplus. We haven't had that in years.
Okay, thank you. I think that gives me sort of, you know, over the past 10 days or so, we have gotten so many emails about demilitarizing our department. And that starts with working with our police chief. And the response that our chief have provided to us just recently, well now, that we do not have some of the agreements like other police have in terms of transferring of equipment from war zones and so on. But I think we have to be intentional about the purchases that we make and how they are being used, because unless and until our response is improved, we will not be able to build the trust with our residents. And currently, I see that our trust, we have a long way to go than we were even in the past. So I hope that Councilmember Winston's motion will help us. It's just the beginning. It's just the first step in helping us build that trust with our residents. And I will be in full support of Councilmember Winston's motion. And with that, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
I'll refrain from making comments on Mr. Winston's motion until Mr. Winston has made a motion. But I will comment on the budget at hand. And much of what's good in this budget, and that I think the community does certainly support, has already been mentioned. I think most notably that in a time where so many people are facing hardships due to the economic impacts of COVID-19, that we found a way to put forward a budget that does not have a property tax increase. And I think that was critical. I was very fearful as COVID-19 started to take those economic or have those economic impacts on our community, our state, and our country, that this budget was going to undo a lot of the work that we've done on things like sustainability, making our city more bikeable and walkable, investing in neighborhoods and strengthening places that have been disinvested in for so long. So again, good work there because we didn't cut back on those things. And that's what this council has consistently stated are its top priorities, and they will continue to be our top priorities. And you know, we are not in the time where we can ask citizens to dig deeper into their pocket this year, and we're not. So I'm appreciative of that, and I'll save my comments on the motion by Mr. Winston until Mr. Winston has made a motion.
All right, Mr. Mitchell?
Be quick, because so many of my colleagues said great things. I want to say kudos to the budget department and our city manager for presenting such a budget. Not only would take care of our immediate needs, but I think prepare us for the future. We made reference to the opportunity corridor. I like the new branding. Those are corridors. We have earmarked $24.5 million. And the corridors who have always cried out for more city participation, the Bayswater Road, Rosa Ferry, Central and Albemarle Road, Freedom Drive and Wilkerson, I-85 Sugar Creek, North Tryon and Graham, and West Boulevard. City Manager, thank you. Also, this budget takes care of our city employees. They do a yeoman's job providing services for our citizens and for our community. I agree with Councilman Graham on the feedback. I think the first time in my 18 years of being down here, I never received over 4,000 emails on the budget. That is good. That shows our citizens are paying attention to us and trying to help us set our priorities. On Councilman Winston's motion, I agree with Councilman Eggerson. It's hard not to talk about it, but I will be in support of it as well. But I agree with Councilman Graham. I hope we can direct the motion toward the Public Safety Committee. I think that's where the work needs to be done. I think that's where the accountable needs to be held. So great job to city staff, and looking forward to the motion that will be made by Councilman Winston.
All right. I wanted to recognize Councilmember Winston. I think it's about time to make a motion, Mr. Winston.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I would like to make a substitute motion adopting the fiscal year 2021 operating budget and fiscal years 2021 through 2025 capital investment plan, while directing the administration not to spend money to acquire new or maintain existing stocks of chemical agents used for crowd control and crowd dispersal in fiscal year 2021. We will adopt the budget as presented by the city manager with the caveat that no budgeted funds will be used to purchase chemical agents used for crowd control or crowd dispersal. The following charge or scope of work will at all times be assigned to a standing committee comprised of council members and the city manager, with the charge of to scrutinize and adjust police spending and policy. Currently, the place to start this work is the Safe Communities Committee. I will ask for a second.
Second.
All right. Are there any remarks?
Yes, ma'am. May I make a remark?
Of course.
Tonight, we will vote to take immediate action while also making the commitment to do things we have always had the political ability to do, but have not been able to garner the political will to carry out. By banning the purchase of chemical agents for crowd control and dispersal for one fiscal year, the City Council is diving into the minutia of the police budget and dictating what it can and cannot be used for. City Council also recognizes that there are departmental policies that create loopholes, which makes it necessary to add the second step, a commitment by City Council to use the power of the council manager form of government to insert the people's voice into both the fiscal and operational policy decision and implementation processes of community safety. People who have been working on police reform and abolition will immediately recognize that tonight's action doesn't do enough to end the systemic failures of policing in America and Charlotte. They would be correct to call this out. Those that are veterans to this work will also recognize that policing in America and in Charlotte is a carefully curated system embedded in racism, classism, sexism, homophobia, and reduces human nature to a binary, legal versus illegal, when human needs exist on a spectrum. No single motion, meeting, or action will deconstruct these institutions. I hope veterans of this work will recognize that your city council is committing to a process that will need you at the table, pushing us to be transformative. The work will continue to be frustrating, but I need your commitment to staying at the table. For the allies, please know that we need you to keep the same energy tomorrow morning that you have displayed over the past few weeks. The only way your elected representatives on this dais will keep the political will to continue down a path of transformative change is if you keep the pressure on us, like we have been feeling over the past couple of weeks. This step alone is not good enough. Tomorrow morning starts the real work of reform. To my colleagues on the dais, what a year this has been. I want to especially thank you all for the work that we have put in this weekend to take this important step. We have been uncomfortable, but this is what democracy looks like. Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor, Mr. Manager, the voice of the people is clear. While the manager has a clear direction of how to move forward, I would ask Mayor Lyles to immediately refer the topic of creating a process to scrutinize and adjust police spending and policy implementation to the existing Safe Communities Committee so work can start immediately. So what does tomorrow look like? Well, our police chief has said that without chemical agents, police will be forced to use batons to break skin and bones. The people of Charlotte have said that is not a sufficient answer. Your comments will live as a relic of the past in the annals of history with Bull Connor's German Shepherds and fire hoses. If you cannot figure out how to deal with human beings without the tactics of violence and fear, the human beings that make up this city will be here step by step to show you how to deal with us as the sentient beings that we are. If the new police chief thinks we are going to rely on the tactics and experiences of law enforcement from the past 28 years, we are here to let you know that you are mistaken. The people of Charlotte will be pushing forward with new models to keep our communities safe. We are not looking backwards. Our eye is on the horizon. I am proud of the people of Charlotte, North Carolina. I look forward to the work of tomorrow. We can do this. We will do this. And in the indelible words of Assata Shakur, it is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Thank you, colleagues, and Madam Mayor.
All right, I have Ms. Johnson.
Yes, I had a question regarding the budget. Did we ever find out how much was spent or how much is budgeted for these items that we're not going to be purchasing in 2021? Does that free up? Do we have an estimate of how much that frees up? And can we make a recommendation to move that over, that if there's extra funding, over to a line item that will help the public, such as affordable housing or one of our other priorities for vulnerable populations? So I guess that's a question.
Jones? Mr. Jones?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I believe that Ryan Bergman sent some updated data out today. So if Ryan could give us the number that's associated with that.
Mr. Bergman? I think that I see him coming to the podium.
Good evening. The number that we had sent out late last week was that this fiscal year we had spent about $103,000. So it seems to fluctuate from year to year. So that would really be the number that you would look at reallocating based on that use.
All right, any further questions for Mr. Bergman? All right, Ms. Johnson, was that your question? Do you have any further questions?
Yeah, I mean, if, whatever the process is to move those extra dollars over to the affordable housing, or we can decide later how that's done. But I know that the voters are asking for that, and I agree that's a great place to consider those dollars, since that is our priority. We know that this frustration is not just from George Floyd or, the violence. It's a domino effect. This is cultural. If we're going to make changes, we need to really take a look at making some changes. So I'd like to put those extra dollars towards affordable housing or, towards affordable housing in the city. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions for our police chief. So this motion addresses chemical agents moving forward, any purchases or maintenance moving forward. But, so Chief Jennings, what is the inventory of chemical agents currently in stock?
Where is the inventory?
No.
You're asking where do we store it?
No. I don't need to know where do you store it.
Okay.
I'm asking how much inventory do we have left of chemical agents? Because this motion doesn't necessarily address our current stock. It only addresses what will be moving forward.
Yes. Yes, I don't have an answer. I'm not prepared to answer that. I'm not sure how many we have at this time. So I'm not sure.
Okay, if you could, when you give us a report on other questions I had asked, could you also include a response for this item in that follow-up report, Chief Jennings? And other question I have, I know that we have two budgets. One is for the RNC, and then one is for our operating budget. So have we purchased any chemical agents from the RNC budget so far?
I can't answer purchases from the RNC. I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay, so who can answer that question? Mr. Manager?
Yes, thanks. So, Councilmember Ajmira, when council initially approved the RNC coming here, that item came up, and there was a question about purchases, and when would council know about the purchases? And what was decided was that, much like in 2012, there's the after-action report that shows all of the purchases related to the DNC. We would do the same thing related to the RNC.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. I'm asking have we made any purchases so far from that $50 million grant for chemical agents?
That I don't know.
Okay, so if you could include that in follow-up report, that would be great. I guess this is just the first step. We have to look at the budget in depth and figure out where the gaps are and really address the questions and concerns we have been seeing from our residents. because we owe it to them. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs. Mr. Driggs?
I just remuted myself.
Okay,
I was
thank
just saying, I'm not going to support the motion, and I want to explain a couple of reasons why not. For one, I think this is a kind of hasty and rather small measure that has been conceived in the context of the current situation. And as I said in my remarks, I believe the changes that are needed are complex and might need to be large in scale. And I'm wondering where this council has been. I'm not aware of proposals that were developed, that were researched, that were properly submitted to council consideration at any time in the last couple of years. The issue about the use of these agents has been around certainly since Keith Lamont Scott. So I just think that we should be more focused, as I suggested in my remarks, on the big picture stuff that we need to be doing. And this thing, in my mind, particularly given who the sponsor is and his track record of relations with the police, strikes me as something of a gratuitous dig at the police that doesn't really change the facts of the situation that much. I think that when we do get down to considering these agents, we should do so in consultation with the police, and we should hear from them. If they don't have these tools, these chemical tools, what means do they use to control crowds? And what does that look like? Because the situation where the police could find themselves in confrontation with troublemakers could arise. And at that point, are we assuming they're going to go after them with batons and sticks? So I believe this is a decision that requires the expertise of the police. We shouldn't interfere in their choices without at least getting the benefit of their reasoning. And I would much prefer to see us just pass the budget we have clean and commit to a larger scope of work to be entered into in the immediate future. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question. I have two questions. One for Ms. Johnson. I don't know if that was a motion with regards to sending, to spending that money on affordable housing, but I guess what I'd like to say is that there's probably a lot of things that we should be thinking about. I referenced the work that we're doing with the city, the county, the public health director is doing around considering crime as a public health crisis, and that group was looking at sources of funding. So I think that's a perfect use for it, but it's not up to me. So I would just hope that we could all be open as to the best use of that, and maybe the public give their suggestions as well. And then my second question is for Mr. Winston. Why does this need to go to a standing committee if we can send it to the Community Safety Committee right away? Is there, and I guess for the mayor, procedurally, does that present any additional work? Because I think that, to send it to community safety right away gets the work going, but we don't have any standing. I don't know if there's an issue with procedurally establishing standing committees. So I need a little clarification.
Would you like me to start, Ms. Johnson, Mayor?
I'm sorry, the question was to you, Mr. Winston?
Yes, ma'am. Well, as I said twice, I would ask to refer this to existing Safe Communities Committee so that work can start immediately. The verbiage, and I've talked to Mr. Jones about this, the verbiage of standing committee is a policy decision that we are making. A standing committee means that there will always be a committee that exists that has this charge. Right now, we have a committee structure that exists at the prerogative of the mayor. Not necessarily talking to you, Mayor Lyles, but any mayor. That's how our system is set up. And so what we are saying here by passing this resolution, that City Council is demanding that there always will be, regardless of the name and regardless of the mayor, that there will be a committee with this charge of scrutinizing and adjusting police spending and policy implementation. That is what that means, and currently we will do that. Understanding that as we are, as the chiefs have been unable and the manager has been unable to provide the type of information that this committee would seek to get, i.e., what police are spending their money on, how much of it they have, and what is it used for. Obviously, we do not have a process internally that gets City Council and therefore the people of Charlotte that information readily, swiftly, or accurately. There is a need for this, and there will always be a need for this. Whether or not there is a community safety committee, whether or not there's a safe communities committee, whether or not the 11 people are on council or this mayor is in her seat. This is a need. This has been a need, and there has been the ability to do this since 1929 when our city government was chartered. Understand that this is not anything new. We exist in a council manager form of government, which means it is the job of the city council, along with the manager, to run our government. All we are doing is asserting our authority that is given by the charter of the city of Charlotte and under the law of North Carolina to do our job. We have abdicated that role for far too long, and that is not specific to Charlotte. That is true for every council manager form of government around this country. And so where you see millions of people all around this country out in the streets over the past few weeks, they are talking to us. They are talking to their city councils and their managers in the cities that exist under council manager forms of government. They are talking to their mayors in the strong mayor cities forms of government, that they want change. So this is us being responsive. This is adding democracy, more democracy, the people's voice in places that we have been unwilling to. Because we have said we hire trained professionals and we don't want to question people like the police chief. Well, our citizens have hired us, the 11 of us, the 12 of us, to say that is not good enough. So this standing committee, what that definition means is that there will always be a committee that does this. The manager if we pass this motion, the manager will be given the charge, clear guidance to form this committee, not with an assistant city manager, but with the manager and the city council to scrutinize and adjust police spending and policy implementation. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I won't debate the need for a standing committee. I do understand the challenge of having the ability to move quickly and rapidly. I also want to say that the history of our city's government was at one time a history where there were standing committees that were led by a council member that was elected, and that's the kind of thing that led to the council manager form of government where there was abuse and perhaps the kind of abuse that was taking place that we hope doesn't occur right now, but sometimes does in certain cities. I hope never that, we've seen it some in Charlotte, but we've not seen that kind of abuse. So there's always a balance of power, and these kinds of things shift back and forth. But I understand Mr. Winston's point about a standing committee, and I understand that he's making a point, but where I would say we all need to make sure that there is no one person here, or one council member that represents every member of this community. And to be democratic, we have to be accepting of different views and different opportunities. And I hope that we will never get to the point that we have a standing committee that feels like they own something so much that it becomes theirs instead of the community's. And so with that, I would just say that we can address this issue and how it will be done. We can come back with it. I understand the motion includes standing committee, and I'm not going to be opposed to it. I would just say that I've seen them come and I've seen them go. And there's been not one time that it's lasted forever. It has to adjust to the circumstances. And if the council believes that the circumstances are appropriate at this time, that we don't send this to community safety, but we create a standing committee for it, I'm willing to understand that as well. Because I believe that this is a time that we have to step out of being comfortable. But I also believe that people look to us for leadership, and procedural and process leadership is very important. So if the council as a whole believes that the procedural way to proceed is in this direction, of course we'll do that, because eventually the voters will speak. And I think that they'll look at it holistically. I think each member of this council is deeply committed to the motion that we look at the issues that are faced with us, but we can't abandon recorded votes of policy, and we cannot just create systems that don't get us the results that we need. So with that, I think I have Ms. Watlington to speak.
So maybe I misunderstood the standing committee piece, because while I agree with the overarching intent of the motion, I too, it gives me pause to think that we would codify putting a standing committee in from now until forever. I would like to work on the procedural piece of what that committee looks like and how it exists, and what the makeup is, because for me, I struggle with putting something into place in perpetuity this way. I think that fundamentally changes how we do business, and that may be okay, but that was not my understanding going into this, that the standing committee would be separate from our existing standing committee of safe communities. So I would like to understand what is the council's appetite for accepting the motion with an adjustment that we really do some due diligence around the standing committee piece. I absolutely agree that you need oversight. I do think, consistent with my original understanding of this motion, that would have gone to the safety committee. Considering also that we've got a civil service board and a citizen review board that exists. So I'd like to just understand from my colleagues, what is the appetite for evaluating that small component, leaving the rest of the motion whole?
I think we need a discussion. I'm going to start, and I apologize I should have recognized Mr. Bakari before I recognized Ms. Watlington. So we would go to Mr. Bakari.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to start by saying something directly to our Black community here in Charlotte and across the country. I've been listening with open ears for many years, but I've attempted to open my ears and my heart in deeper ways these last 2 weeks to better understand this message that's really swept our nation. And so here's what I've learned. I will never fully understand. I've had my own life challenges that are really real for me, but I can't know what it feels like to be pulled over as a Black man. I can't know what it feels like to watch the horror of what happened to George Floyd on national news as a Black woman with Black children. I can't understand what it feels like to be a Black man applying for a job or trying to move into a neighborhood and know it didn't happen because of the color of my skin. I can't ever fully understand what that feels like, but I can work hard to keep learning more. I can recognize and acknowledge things like systemic injustice, and things like that are still very much a part of our society, still in 2020. And I can work hard to be a part of the solution like so many have already before us. So that's my pledge to you and all the city of Charlotte, full stop. I've also, though, learned that we must be very careful not to allow that desire for action to manifest itself as a hasty rush to do something, anything, just to appease those that have a very important message they are sending us right now. What I've heard them say is they don't want hollow words. They don't want symbolic gestures that don't make an impact on the underlying systemic problems. This city doesn't want rash actions without impact, and it also doesn't want to be committed and task forced to death for the next 4 years. It wants measured actions with a deep sense of urgency. It does not want appeasement and pandering just to make them, the protesters, whoever has this message that they're delivering to us right now, go away with no real change actually being made. I am deeply for real solutions, deep policy dives, answering questions like, how do we identify a bad cop and remove him from his role? How do we make sure an officer, like we saw in Minneapolis, doesn't keep his badge where there are seemingly red flags consistently ignored throughout his career? But how do we not punish all cops for those behaviors? And that's the line that we have to divide. That's the line we have to walk to make sure that we're really getting at the heart of these issues. So we've also got to make sure we don't forget to show that same empathy to others being impacted during these difficult times. Officer morale is brutally low. We have now heard from the chief and the city attorney over this last week, both giving us no indication to believe the police have violated the policies we, city council, we have defined for them. The policies that were tested in 2016, revisited dozens of times. The policies we've heard Braxton Winston for 3 years challenge in the Public Safety Committee meeting, by the way. That these policies we've made cops take additional training to comply with. And yet we still, even today in this very meeting, telegraph their guilt before seeing the results of the SBI investigation. If what we have seen and heard from these two officials separately that have given us reports holds up after the investigation, after we see the videos, there's only one simple answer to who made the order, to who called the police officers to take those actions you saw Tuesday night or Monday night or whatever it is. It's pretty simple. The city council and the mayor. We defined these policies. We enabled them to exist, and it is us who has to very cautiously, but with a sense of urgency, revisit them. So we have jumped to incomplete conclusions publicly against them in the last week. Officer Brad Koch was just attacked outside the government center right as we were preparing for this meeting, which was the second time in the last 2 days. And he's been walking and talking with the protesters all week seeking understanding. Our officers are seriously having conversations right now about not showing up to work. Our words and actions and their impacts on their morale are very important and very real. So I can't support this motion. There are many valid ideas here and that have been brought up over the last week. I actually agree with taking a long, hard look at tear gas to see if that's the only way. But it feels like right now in this motion and other things that we've heard my colleagues say, it's something that we want to do to the police, not with the police. So I plead with you, my colleagues, open your hearts. You're going to do what you're going to do right now, but open your hearts and listen to the words that I'm going to close with here. For over 450 CMPD spouses, husbands, wives, partners, they are hurting right now. They're scared to come out and make statements and say things publicly because they see what's happening to those who raise questions publicly. So I'm going to read a letter, excerpts from a letter they wrote, over 450 of our CMPD spouses to you all in my closing. And I just hope that you will listen with the kind of empathy that everyone deserves who's being impacted right now. We saw the video. We felt the pain and sorrow, and we grasped for understanding, thinking through the multiple use of force explanations our spouses have shared with us to help us better understand the explanation for the actions this officer took. These actions in these situations. This time, there was nothing. There was not a reasonable explanation for the actions this officer took. Sorry. We fully understand and acknowledge that the actions of Officer Derek Chauvin was excessive use of force and indecent. As spouses of officers, we are deeply grieved by what took place that day. We also felt the foreshadowing of despair as we knew what this would mean for our officers throughout the country. We have seen our community support completely dissolve. Friends and even family have been vocal with their anti-police rhetoric. We have been silent. Social media has exploded with disdain for law enforcement. We have been silent. Thousands of people have marched the streets of our city screaming profanities in the faces of our CMPD men and women, and we have remained silent. We have felt helpless as we watched the media fail to report accurate information surrounding the violence occurring in our city and towards our officers. We have been afraid for their safety as agitators have threatened to call out their vehicle information and encouraged others to follow them home. We have worried for the safety of our children as agitators have encouraged others to seek out Leo families through social media and Go get them. We will be silent no longer. Our husbands and wives have been called to serve and protect. We are called to stand beside them. We have heard their stories. We have spent hours discussing their training, the situations they encounter on a daily basis, and the reason why certain police policies and procedures exist. We have a unique privilege as spouses to law enforcement officers to hear and understand what their job is, how they do it, and why they do it. However, anyone in the community has the opportunity to do this. CMPD provides resources such as Citizens Academy and the option to do ride-alongs with an officer. CMPD has gone above and beyond in recent years to hold public forums and more intimate events like Coffee with Cops to facilitate community engagement and dialogue with our officers. These are tremendous opportunities for the public to engage with our officers and understand more about their role. Precious few take advantage of these opportunities. It is easier to point the finger than make efforts to understand. We spouses of CMPD would like to take this opportunity to speak up for our men and women on the line. We have seen surveys circulating seeking to gain perspectives and opinions from the public on CMPD's handling of the Charlotte protests. Public opinion certainly has its place, but how can the public speak to what they don't know and don't understand? Our officers go through a 6-month intensive training academy. They train physically and academically to be prepared for the many demands of the career they are undertaking. When our officers swear that oath and put on that badge, it is not done lightly or at the spur of a moment. They have a comprehensive understanding of policy and procedure that is then built upon further by spending a minimum of 15 weeks under the training and supervision of other more experienced officers. We, the spouses of CMPD, would ask that any talk of defunding our department end right here and right now. We, the spouses of CMPD, ask that you observe and appreciate the diversity of our department and the work they do in our minority communities. Our officers have worked tirelessly not only to engage and facilitate open dialogue with our Black community, but they also put their lives on the line to serve and protect them each and every day. Regardless of color, race, or background, our officers are willing to face the possibility of injury and/or death on a daily basis to protect our citizens. They do not pick and choose whom they will serve, but simply put on their uniform and answer the call of duty. Stand by them, encourage them, have their backs, and let the community see the trust you have in them. We, the spouses of CMPD, ask that our voices be heard. You may not know who we are, but we are involved in this community. Our families make up this community. We are accountants, we are nurses, we are teachers, we are mothers and fathers. We are business owners. We are city employees. We are hospitality workers. We are real estate agents. We are the people of Charlotte and its surrounding communities. We are the men and women who have to take down the thin blue line stickers from our vehicles. We are the spouses who have had to change our names on social media. We are the parents who are trying to explain to our children why their friends and their friends' parents have directed unspeakable hatred towards them for what their parent does for a career. We are the families who will not publicly identify ourselves as law enforcement for the safety and protection of our children. We are the families who are not strangers to girding our loins to hold down the fort for days to weeks while our spouses are answering the call. We represent the silent majority of citizens who have reached out and expressed their support for CMPD. We have been here before in this place of isolation and sadness. We have formed powerful bonds and we have helped each other through difficult times. We will pass through this trial and emerge stronger on the other side. We will continue to stand by our officers as they fulfill their calling to serve and protect. We, the spouses of CMPD, ask you to join us. Join with us and stand up for the men and women on the thin blue line who daily risk it all for our safety and well-being. Join our bond of police community. Join our family and hear our voices. These are from over 450 spouses of CMPD officers. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Bakari, I failed to keep up with the conversation. So the Mayor Pro Tem asked Councilmember Johnson about a motion for $103,000 going to housing, and I don't think that I heard a motion for that. So Ms. Johnson, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't hear or what I heard was correct instead of, or if you are incorrect. So please let me know, Ms. Johnson.
Well, there wasn't a motion because we're still discussing the motion that's on the table. And I'm flexible for where that goes. We can have that discussion later. but I did want to make a comment.
Well, before we make I've got other people waiting to make comments, so can I go add you to the list?
Well, my hand was up, so I don't.
I know, but I've got you on the list. I know that, but I just wanted to check to make sure that, all right, I had Mr. Eggleston next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just three things. One, seek to provide a little clarity around the idea of the language from Mr. Winston's motion. He and I spoke about this several times this weekend, and I think that the objective of the wording was not to create a new committee, but to ensure, and not to say that some specific new committee exists in perpetuity, but that this body of work is done in perpetuity by some existing committee. So the idea of a standing committee does not mean new committee. It means a committee that, in this case, is the Safe Communities Committee that already exists. If 2, 4, 6 years from now, all the committees have different names, it simply ensures that this group of assignments is assigned to one of those committees. And so there's no new committee. We just ensure the work continues to get done. So I hope that that puts at ease the confusion or the concerns around the language there. Mr. Winston and I had come up with that together to try to address concerns he had as well as ones we had heard from colleagues, which leads to another point I'll make, and it's been said, but I think that this, though well, clearly we know it's not going to be unanimous, but I think that this is a perfect example of city council at its best. Even with our colleagues who are not going to be in support of this motion, there was a lot of dialogue this weekend between every member of council and most of us multiple times with each other. So I appreciate Mr. Winston's willingness to not only put forward an idea, but to collaborate with the rest of us and for us to collaborate with each other to get it to a point where it could be successful and it could pass. And I hope that we take this, and again, even without there being unanimous support, I don't think anyone on council feels blindsided by what's being put forward tonight because it's been discussed ad nauseum over the weekend. And I think that for those of us that are going to be supporting it, we all work together to make sure that everyone was comfortable. Now, I understand that there's some confusion around the language, and that's unfortunate. I hope my explanation cleared it up. If Mr. Winston feels my explanation was not completely accurate, I would encourage him to correct it, but I think he and I were on the same page as we discussed it, and and it will go to the Safe Communities Committee, so there's not any confusion there, but it'll just ensure that it's always somewhere. And also to my colleague, Mr. Bakari, I will endorse what you said in regards to making sure that we're not punishing and presuming guilt on an entire department or an entire profession of people for the bad acts of a few. But I also think that part of the goal here tonight is to ensure that we also give that benefit of the doubt to the people, and that we make sure that when there are people who are in the streets or anywhere in our community raising their voices for justice, that we don't punish and presume guilt on that entire crowd based on the actions of a few people whose motivations might be different, that have embedded themselves among that group. And I think that that's what we saw at times throughout the country over the last week, was that there's a lot of people out for with the best of intentions, and oftentimes they were treated as if they were the small handful that were there with ill intentions. And so I would hope that we would extend that benefit of the doubt to all groups of people and judge the people who commit bad acts by those acts, but not judge those who might happen to be in close proximity to them when they commit those acts. So I'll be supporting this as well tonight.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
So I asked myself if the protesters of last Tuesday had been violent and been breaking the law and the police dispersed tear gas, would there have been the same outcry? And there probably would not have been, but the question is, should there have been? So the reason that we're taking a look at this is not to punish the police. If you look nationwide, they're looking at chemical weapons and the humanity of them. So there was we've done our research. There was a girl in Columbus, Ohio, that died from a respiratory effect after tear gas was dispersed. We had, hundreds of peaceful protesters that there was tear gas dispersed. So this action today is not anti-police. Mr. Bakari, that letter was very moving. And I've spoken to police officers. These actions of those officers in Minneapolis set community and police relations back years. So this accountability and transparency is not discipline for the police. This is to build relationships, to show that there are policies, that there are accountabilities. I think that will enhance trust in the community. I think that can increase hiring of minorities if they know that there's going to be accountability and policies and transparency. So this is not anti-police. Our job is to manage the city. And the police are a very, very important part of that. When we call 911, we all want the police to come. So this is not what that's for. This is to improve the relationships in our community. This is to hold police officers accountable. This is to set standards for our city. So that's the way I see that. I think it's important to move because just like the riots are the language of the unheard, someone said to me that urgency is the language of the understanding. So we understand, and it's time to act. And I think that's what this is doing. So I support the motion. This is not anti-police. This is to build relationship. Anyone can go from good to great, and that's what we should all try to do. And that's what we're trying to do with our police force. Thank you.
All right, I have no other speakers, and so we have a motion on the floor. I'm sorry, who?
Madam Mayor, this is Dimple Ajmer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
My colleague, Councilmember Bakari, read that letter, and I feel compelled to respond to that. And I agree with my colleagues, Councilmember Eggleston and Councilmember Johnson. This is not assuming guilt on either side. This is not anti-police. Just chemical agents are not safe for anyone, including police. So this is an action. I want to make sure that I'm on the record saying that this is not to penalize them in any way. I think we are, Councilmember Johnson said it the best, we are going from being good to great. And I look forward to a day when we can be perfect. We are far from it for now, but we can get there. And I just want our police force to know that this action is not against them. Thank you.
All right, so if I've missed anyone's hand, please raise it now on the computer so that I can have it. All right, we have a substitute motion. I think you've had a really authentic dialogue and debate on it. So with that, all in favor of the substitute motion, I am going to, I'll go ahead and read off the names for that, and we'll go from there. And I'll do this as an individual vote. Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
No.
Mr. Driggs,
With apologies to the manager and the staff, no.
and Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Okay. That means that we've adopted a budget, and I want to amplify the council members who recognize the diligence of the manager and all of the employees involved in building this budget. I want to thank the council for remembering before a pandemic that we talked about housing and mobility and actually a safe community. And I do that through a lens that knowing that how we do that has changed a great deal since January. But I believe that we also have to recognize that many of the things that we've done have been contributors to the communities that are asking for these things and questions and issues now. Affordable housing will always be something that we will champion, and $50 million will be on the ballot. And I want to remind our citizens that our voters to come out and support that so we can continue it. And I hope that our debates and dialogues encourage participation without encouraging divisiveness, because we need to pull this through, because the fundamental our objective is that we can house the people that live in this city and work in this city. I also want to say that the opportunity corridors is a complete change of what we're trying to do from a place that seems that nothing will happen to making real change around the idea and the concept and our value of opportunity. And always mobility, sidewalks, bike network, traffic flow and congestion mitigation, and the fundamentals. And I won't forget about our environmental efforts, the number of electric buses that we're getting and the trees that we're planting that really make a difference in our city. So we will continue to have follow-up. I hope that the manager will keep us informed as we see the changes, as we reopen businesses. I hope that we'll have a better picture of revenue and we're not so dependent on CARES funding for our transit system and our mobility efforts. And I also hope that this city understands no property tax increase, no reduction in core services, no capital project delayed due to the financial impact and loss of revenue, and no one-time revenues as have been used to build this budget. So with that, I consider us, again, a AAA budget city and appreciate the adoption of the budget as we have tonight. So thank you for that. And now we'll move to the next item on our agenda, item number 13, which is the amendments to the Charlotte Business Inclusion Program policy to approve the revisions and make the revisions effective July 1, the beginning of our new fiscal year 2020. This came out of our committee. And so, Mr. Mitchell, I'd like to recognize you.
Mayor and Council, thank you so much. And let me thank my Workforce Development Committee Vice Chair, Councilmember Bakari, Councilmember Graham, Councilmember Ashby, and Councilmember Johnson. And kudos to Phil and Kay and Thomas Powers for getting us here today. And our CBI Advisory Committee, who looked at the disparity policy, worked on them for over a year, and now are presenting those policy recommendations to City Council. Mayor and Council, this is how we look at our advisory committees to work for us, for the betterment of our community. I just want to highlight two big changes out of the 8 that we have before you today. One is to reduce the construction dollar threshold from $300,000 to $200,000. We all in this council want to increase subcontracting opportunity. This is just one policy recommendation that will allow us to get more MWSBE. And so with that, Mayor and Council, I'd like to move for approval for Action A.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, no further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? I'm sorry, 6 people. And this is the hardest thing for me to remember, 6 people. So I'm just going to read the first 6 names. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Washington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Eggleston. That's 6. Everybody else say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'd
Thank
like
you.
to know who Ms. Washington is.
I'm sorry, did I say Washington? I so apologize. Ms. Watlington, I do know your name, but I'm reading a sheet of paper and I can't keep up with my own eyes. Okay. All right, the next item on our agenda, we go to our business agenda, and the next item is item 14. The action is to adopt resolutions authorizing the staff to proceed with the necessary actions to conduct a general obligation bond referendum on November 3rd, 2020.
Motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Ms. Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Because those two, even though they did not speak, they're considered yes because they're attending the meeting, and the remainder of the council say yes. It's unanimous.
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is item 15, the Ballantine infrastructure reimbursement. We have 4 actions to take. Authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a master development agreement with Northwood Development, setting forth general terms and conditions of the city and the developers' partnership regarding affordable housing, arts and culture, traffic mitigation, multimodal transportation, parks and greenways, and other community benefits, and the redevelopment of Ballantine Corporate Park. Item B, authorize the manager to negotiate and execute a contract with the development for reimbursement of costs for public infrastructure in an amount not to exceed $25 million for public infrastructure improvements, which will be reimbursed through 45% of incremental city and county property taxes from a designated area over 15 years or until fully reimbursed, whichever occurs first. Item C, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with the development for reimbursement of costs for public infrastructure in the amount not to exceed $17.5 million for public infrastructure improvements, which is expected to be reimbursed to the developer in full by the 2022 bond referendum or in 2 payments of $8.75 million split between 2022 and 2024 bond referendum or in a combination of payments from other municipal sources of funding. And item D, adopt a resolution approving an interlocal agreement with Mecklenburg County and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all documents necessary to complete the interlocal cooperation. I know Mr. Driggs doesn't have anything to say about this, but I'll call on him.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been here for a long time, so I'll try to be brief. This is obviously a very exciting project. It's a huge development in South Charlotte, representing an investment of $1.5 billion by Northwood, the petitioner. It incorporates many features that align with our goals for the 2040 comprehensive plan. It includes provision for rail transit through the new development, a park, lots of green space, an amphitheater. So it's something that would be a model even without the solution that we found for affordable housing, which is novel and allows 260 units of affordable housing to be created in this area that is normally inaccessible because of land prices down here in South Charlotte. So I think this is a win all around. I would like to thank Northwood for their interest in investing in Charlotte and for their persistence throughout the negotiations. And I strongly recommend approval to my colleagues. Thank you.
Is that a motion for A, B, C, and D?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to recognize my colleague, Councilmember Drake's work here. There were a lot of negotiations that took place, and he reached out to council members. I had expressed concerns around affordable housing, and he worked with developer. And so I just want to recognize the work Councilmember Driggs have done, and also the developer to get to this point. So I really appreciate the work that has that has been, that has resulted in increased affordable housing for this development project.
Thank you, Ms. Sajmira. The flowers will be delivered after the meeting.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
So we're voting on this, and then are we voting on the zoning petition right after this today? Is that what I see? The 15B? We're voting on the Valentine Reimagined today for the approval?
I'm going to ask Ms. Dotson to explain the voting process. Ms. Dotson? Is Ms. Dotson here? Oh, there she is. There we go. I'm sorry, that was Ms. Harris. Now Ms. Dotson.
Thank you, Mayor. The ask has been from the developer that we consider all pieces of this as one, the tax increment grant, the zoning, and the CIP, all in one evening, separate votes, but one action.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not finished. That was, okay. So
Ms. Johnson, did you get the answer? I think it was that all of these things fit together as one package from the developer's perspective. So,
okay. So then the consideration tonight is this is part of the package where they're donating the land and we'll be developing affordable housing, 50% AMI and above, correct?
50% and 80 and above. No, 50% to 80 AMI.
Okay. All right. So I won't be supporting this only because there are thousands of people that are marching outside right now. We know that poverty is still an issue, and we are deliberately excluding the 30% AMI population. I know that what we hear, the language that 30% AMI is it's expensive to build, there are options. And I can't support that when just a few minutes ago we were talking about the protest, right to protest that affordable housing is, lack of affordable housing is the reason, and lack of good neighborhood services and lack of education. And here's an opportunity to invest in what we say our priorities are, and I think we're missing the mark. So I won't be supporting the development. While 50%, it's progress. We know, based on our affordable housing committees, based on the data that we're giving, there's a need. We know there's a need, and I just want to recognize that tonight. I can't ignore that, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I can understand you not supporting this, but I also want you to say that not everything has to be as a fit. I think that this, for me, I'm going to speak for myself and not for anybody else. If there has been any more of a champion for affordable housing, and this is a place where we are actually getting affordable housing in a place that was never considered before, I believe in some respects that this is just one more model, that the next time we have this opportunity, no matter who it is, it's a new model for us. We've not had this before. And so I continue and expect to see more around our NOAAs, expect to see more. I'm excited about a number of things that we're doing in housing, and welcome one more tool, because we have no singular tool to get everything done that needs to be done. And if anybody understands the dynamic of affordable housing and the financing, I think it's this council and this community. And so for that, I understand your rationale, but I also understand that this is the first tool that we have to put housing for anybody that's under wealthy or working wealthy in South Charlotte. And I hope that we'll continue to have this model available for us. So do we have any other comments?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to point out that the motion that we have right now is for A through D. If you go down to 15B, you see the rezoning petition. So I don't know whether we intend to vote on that separately, or I could amend my motion to include 15B. But that covers the question about whether we're doing the rezoning as well as the financial provisions.
Yes, and Dave T is on the call if we need to have any questions about the rezoning petition. But I think, I haven't heard anyone else sign up to speak on all four actions. A, B, C, and D is the motion. All right, hearing no further discussions, let's start with Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Winston. Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson.
No.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
So the motion passes 10-1. Okay. The next item on our agenda is item number 16.
Madam Mayor.
Yes?
Excuse me, but I just want to be sure that maybe we can get a legal opinion here. In my opinion, we have not yet voted on the rezoning petition because it's not included among the four items A through D.
Let me go to that page, and just to make sure, item 15B, I called it B, but I should have said more clearly, item 15B. All right, so let's go ahead and have a vote on item 15B, 2019-115 by Northwood Development LLC for approximately 454 acres located on the north side of Ballantyne Commons. The current zoning is business park conditional and office conditional. Proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. So with that, do I have a motion for approval? Do I have a motion to adopt the statement of consistency from the zoning committee as our own and to approve this petition? Mr. Drake.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? So with this, let's start off, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell? Okay, Mr. Winston.
Mayor, I'm sorry, yes.
Mr. Winston? With no answer, yes. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Miss Watlington?
Yes.
I know, tonight my eyes are crossing. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs is already, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
All right, so that passes 10-1. All right, now I go to 16. Land purchase for the Charlotte Area Transit System to approve a purchase of 23 acres located at 1100 Hambright Road in the amount of $1 from the North Carolina Department of Transportation, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute documents necessary to complete the transaction.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Is there a second? Ms. Eitzel? Okay. All in favor? Is there any discussion? All in favor? Please say aye.
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 Roll call.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, roll call. All right, sorry. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Winston. Yes. Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington. Ms. Watlington.
Yeah.
Pretty soon they're going to have me saying McAmee or Okay. All right, Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we give the mayor 2 days off.
Thank you.
Just kidding, I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item 17. appropriation of private developer funds to approve developer agreements with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools and Hazel South Park Apartments for traffic signal modifications, and adopt budget ordinance appropriating $40,000 in private development funds for said traffic signal installation and improvements. Do I have a motion?
A and B.
And a second?
Second?
Any discussion? All right, a roll call vote. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And the remainder of council say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Pretty soon, we're going to start having opera and gospel singers. Okay. The next item is item 18, a resolution to close an unopened portion of an alleyway between Bertonley Avenue and Millbrook Road. Adopt a resolution to close that portion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second? Any discussion? All in favor? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Asmira? Ms. Asmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston is a yes. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And everyone else would say yes?
Yes.
It's unanimous. The next item is item 19. Decision on Greer Meadows Area Voluntary Annexation. Adopt the annexation ordinance with an effective date of June 8, 2020 to extend the corporate limits to include these properties and assign them to District 5. Do I have a
Move
motion?
to adopt?
Move second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor? I'm sorry. Let's start out. Mr. Newton, you want to have a couple more people in your district? Mr. Newton?
That will be a yes for Mr. Newton.
All right, Mr. Bakari.
D5.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
All of everyone else will say yes.
Yes.
Unanimous. Item 20, decision on Old Morris Chapel North Area Voluntary Annexation. Adopt an annexation ordinance with an effective date of June the 8th to extend the corporate limit to these properties and put them in Council District 3. Do I have a motion, Ms. Johnson? Okay, Ms. Johnson, it's your district.
No, it's
No, it's Ms. Watlington's district. Okay, Ms. Watlington.
Watch.
So moved. Welcome.
Second.
Welcome to the fold.
I know. And the second? Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Ms. Johnson, would you say yes or yes?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Watlington?
Yes, indeed.
And that's all of everyone else is saying recorded as yes?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is item 21, a decision on Stony Green Area Voluntary Annexation with an effective date of June the 8th to extend the corporate limits to the properties and assign them to District 5.
Move to adopt?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Let's start again. Ms. Isel? Mayor Pro Tem? All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston is a yes. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
And everybody else says yes.
Yes.
Okay, now we have the nominations and, oh gosh, where did I put that sheet?
Mayor,
Yes?
one question, please.
Yes?
What about the city manager 4 items? Are we gonna
Well,
do
we're
it?
coming to those after we do the nominations.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's go to that. Tonight, City Council will consider nominations to various boards and commissioners. Council members submitted their nominations earlier to the clerk. Names of nominees will not be read at the dais. Tomorrow, the clerk will email City Council the names of applicants that have received at least 2 nominations. These candidates will be considered for appointment at our next business meeting. Any applicant receiving at least 6 or more nominations can be considered for appointment by, upon a motion and a second, a majority vote of council. The name of all nominees will be in the official records of the meeting, and the clerk will now begin to read the results of the nominations. Ms. Kelly?
I hope you can hear me.
Not really. You're gonna have to speak up a little bit more.
Okay. Can you hear me?
No. Can you hear Ms. Kelly, council? No, they can't hear you.
I could hear her initially.
I know.
could hear her
Go to
initially.
your volume and see if you can turn it up, please.
Okay, I did.
All the way to 100?
It's at 100.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to just speak louder.
Okay, I'm sorry for the technical problems, but for the Alternative Compliance Review Committee, we will bring back the community representative at the next meeting. For the real estate development industry representative, the incumbent Eric Zaverl got 7 nominations and can be appointed by acclamation.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? And a second?
Everybody say
Mr. Baker, do we have to, on the nominations, go through 6 people? I know you're gonna say yes, so I might as well go ahead and get started. Okay. Ms. Isel? Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
I believe just proposed that we might be able to adopt at the end of her reading these, everyone who's received more than 6 nominations in one motion.
Is that Mr. Baker's ruling?
I was asking if you would allow me to do that.
That's what I'm asking too. I'm asking, Mr. Baker? Is he still on?
Madam Mayor, can we just have her read them all first and then Mr. Baker can weigh in?
Yeah, before we get too far down the list though, Mr. Baker, I need you to weigh in. All right, the Beckler Arts Foundation Board?
Margaret Switzer received 9 nominations. For the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, Derek Davis received 8 nominations.
Okay, Ms. Kelly, I think Mr. Baker is on with us now. Mr. Baker?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry. Yes, we can.
Okay.
The question was, can we go and make a unanimous vote for those that have 6 or more votes and do the roll call once?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Absolutely.
All right, Darnell Lee received 8 nominations as a representative of the Metrolina Minority Contractors Association. The Metrolina Native American Association representative, Rebecca LeClaire, received 8 nominations. For the National Association of Women Business Owners, Maurice Kumar received 8 nominations. For the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, Hans Higgelstock received 7 nominations. Also for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public Access Corporation, the incumbents, Jacob Gadiger, Pamela McCarter, and John Tart all received 7 nominations. For the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, Emma Allen received 6 nominations. For the one appointment for the full service representative will come back to you at the next meeting. For the restaurant representative, Tom Sasser received 8 nominations. For the town representative, the incumbent Karen Bentley received 7 nominations. For the Charlotte Water Advisory Committee, the incumbent William Cornett received 8 nominations. For the Citizen Transit Advisory Group, the incumbent Michael Cataldo received 7 nominations. Also for the Civil Service Board, there are 2. The incumbent Ryan McGill received 6 nominations, and Ryan Smalls received 6 nominations. For the Historic Landmarks Commission, the incumbent William Hughes received 7 nominations. For the Keep Charlotte Beautiful, incumbent Wendy Sellers received 7 nominations. For the Neighborhood Matching Grants Fund, the incumbent Frida Lester received 8 nominations. Also, for the Neighborhood Matching Grants, the incumbents Rosalind Allison Jacobs received 7 nominations. Patricia Johansson received 7 nominations. And Linda Webb received 7 nominations. For the Passenger Vehicle for Hire, the incumbent Roshiana Anderson received 7 nominations. And also, for the Planning Commission, Victoria Wasaki received 6 nominations. For the Public Art Commission, the incumbent Barav Gupti received 7 nominations. And finally, for the Waste Management Advisory Board, Martin Doss received 6 nominations. The remaining will come back to you at your June 22nd meeting.
Motion to approve all nominees with these 6 nominations.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Hashmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Winston and Mr. Mitchell will be considered yes?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, everyone else say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so and now we go back to the city manager's report. Mr. Jones?
Mayor and members of council, I will make it easy. What I'd like to do is just take the COVID-19 response update and the return to work operations update and put that in a memo for you. It's really just talking a little bit about CATS and about solid waste. I would commend folks from Solid Waste Services. My understanding is they knocked out last week's yard waste and bulky waste in 1 week. So that's just incredible, and I'm very proud of the team. And so that would just leave us, Mayor and members of council, with 2 project updates. That's 7th and the North Tryon project overview, which Tracy has come to you before on that. There's been an action by the county, and now it's a time to bring that county action back to the city council. And then lastly, Pearl Park Midtown Redevelopment Project Amendment. This is something that's been before you before, I think in 2016, and Tracy wants to discuss an amendment with you. So with that said, I'd like to turn it over to Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. If we can get the 7th and North Tryon, there we go. Thank you. As the manager said, we have talked about 7th and North Tryon a couple of times over the past several months, and I'd like to update you tonight on the latest. I also have Beth Harden from UNCC on. She's been the lead for our steering committee and the property owners in helping move this forward. She's contributed almost years of her life in seeing this through in our community and has been a great asset to getting us where we are here today. So quickly tonight, I'm going to give you a project overview. We'll talk about the property sale, the housing aspect of it, the affordable housing aspect of it, and the requested MOU, as well as next steps. Just to remind you, we have 4 different property owners that are associated with this project. This is the block and a half, and you can see the library at North Tryon 6th Street is a portion owner of that block. Then you have county as the remainder owner of the block. On the other side of 7th Street, you have Bank of America's property. Again, this is the block and a half portion, the block and a half project. Next, this highlights the city ownership in any property associated with this particular project. There is additional property that's associated with the library project that we will talk about at a different time. The city owns 3 alleyways that are highlighted here. Our process for disposing of alleyways is essentially to abandon them and then divide the property in the center line, and half goes to each property owner on each side. So in this particular case, what would happen is we would essentially abandon these 3 alleys, and the property would then go over to Bank of America and the county. The value of these 3 alleyways is about $750,000, and I'll explain the funds again in just a second. For the 7th and North Tryon project, we have several aspects of the project that are described here. It includes below and above grade parking. There's approximately 1,553 spaces. About 10 to 15% of those 150 to 200 spaces are open as public use spaces. We also have about 40,000 square feet of creative office and mixed-use commercial as well as residential space. We have a 450,000 square foot Class A office tower. I mentioned just a second ago the multifamily component, which is market rate. And then we also have, we'll discuss the affordable housing options in just a second. And then we also have unique public spaces that contribute to the vision of North Tryon and the plan, the North Tryon Vision Plan that was adopted in 2017. Next, the economic impact for this project is estimated to be between 1,200 and 1,500 temporary construction jobs, 250 facility-based permanent jobs, including 4,000 jobs that can be housed in the new office tower, $75 million in local supplier, it's an estimate, $35 to $45 million in MWSBEs, 4.1 in new annual property tax revenue, and about $674,000 in annual and local tax revenue at the completion of the project. And quickly, if I go back to the land sales, what you see here is how it's divided out. What's in orange is the county and library property. This $5.8 million would go back to the library project, and this is for the construction of the new facility that's going to be on the site just to the north, or just above this orange square, excuse me. The 2 yellow squares are the remaining amount of the proceeds from the $21.5 million land sale that will be dispersed into affordable housing, and I'm going to walk you through that here in just a second. I'm going to start with what the county voted on last week. And the commissioners were presented with several different options of how to use the sale of the land proceeds towards affordable housing. This included looking at doing a long-term lease on site, as well as the Enlivian project adjacent to 7th and North Tryon project, as well as off-site. What they voted for was option 3, which is $6 million of county allocated funds for 110 affordable units on the Enlivian property adjacent to 7th and North Tryon. $8.5 million of county funds would then go towards approximately 374 units at off-site locations. $4.2 million of Bank of America's funds would go towards approximately 207 off-site units. This gives you a total investment towards affordable housing at $18.7 million and approximately 691 units. What's important here is this is the $750,000 that I mentioned in the city land that went to Bank of America, and the county would essentially be part of that land transaction that would go towards the affordable housing. The option 3, just to give you a little bit more detail on what I'm talking about, the Enlivian project. If you see here, we've talked about this 2-block kind of concept before. It's essentially a separate project. It is the remainder of that other block, though. This would be an all-new construction, 6-story wood frame over a podium, and essentially yield 368 units with an affordable mix of 70-30, 258 market units, 110 affordable units. I have to note that this would raise the Hall House. Okay, just to be clear, when Olivian presented this to the county, what they asked for was $6 million from the land proceeds that go towards the housing gap. They would also pursue LIHTC funds, but as it's proposed, the $6 million would close the gap, and there was no mention at this time of the Housing Trust Fund dollars. You can see here at the bottom, I think the next important thing to mention is the affordable mix at a third, 30%, 60%, and 80% AMI. And another way to walk you through this, I want to make sure it's really clear for everybody that it would be essentially $18.7 million that's put towards affordable housing, 14.5 out of the county allocation, and then the reserve of 4.2 that the bank had for off-site. As you can see up here at the top, the $6 million heading towards the right-hand side of the page, the $6 million from those proceeds would go towards the Olivian site, and then the remainder would go to an off-site allocation. Again, totaling almost 700 of affordable units, with 110 of those being in Center City, adjacent to the 7th North Tryon project. The ask, and part of the MOU terms, would be for public sector to support a tax increment grant, no less than $25 million, to support the below grade and above grade parking. Just to remind everybody, a TIG is calculated by new property tax revenue that is generated. And in this case, in all cases on TIGs, it's 2/3 county, because they're essentially 2/3 of the property tax revenue that's generated, and 1/3 city. That would be approximately $8.3 million for a city contribution. Next, the City of Charlotte Community Investment Plan, CIP dollars, $2 to $5 million, essentially in 2022 CIP. Other parts of the development agreement would be an estimated timeline for commencement of construction for all the project components. And then the agreement that afford flexibility to the developer that relates to design, schedule, and performance, and allow adjustments in timing and development program, potentially for future tenants of the development. And then also trying to, in good faith efforts, achieve this 30% MWSBE participation. And then last, it's important to mention that there's a lot of library coordination with their adjacent new project that would occur as well. The developer has also asked for a 180-day exclusivity clause to allow us time to work through the development agreement. And violation by stakeholders could result in $4.1 million of reimbursed to the developer. I have to acknowledge this because it's really important. There is a lot of money from the developer side that has gone into getting this far as we have worked through this project, as the developer has worked to attract tenants and also coordinate with the property owners. Then the next steps would be for June 22nd for a vote to authorize the city manager to negotiate the MOU. And hopefully by the fall, we are coming back to council with an actual development agreement in terms to authorize for execution. And with that, I will stop with any questions.
Okay, so Mr. Eggleston.
Well, I'd certainly like to first acknowledge that there is a lot of good stuff in this project, but I would like to be on the record and will continue to point this out at every juncture we discuss this project, that tearing down a building like the Hall House, initially known as the Behringer Hotel, to me is unacceptable. We continuously criticize our city for tearing down old to build new, and tearing down our history and replacing it with a metal plaque on the side of the road where buildings used to be. We're about to do it again. And I know that it's not because that was what was wanted initially. I know partly it's due to the fact that the hotel market is gone fairly cold because of COVID-19. It might not recover for several years. But until the day that there's a wrecking ball in that building, I will challenge the people involved in this project to bring in folks who have experience in adaptive reuse, to continue to look for different ways that might not be a hotel, to find a new life and a new purpose for this building. It's, along with what is now the Dunhill Hotel, one of only 2 buildings in Uptown Charlotte that served as a hotel before World War II, and it's one of the only buildings in Charlotte that's in the Art Deco architectural style. You know, to me, to tear down one of the largest and most prominent historic buildings in our center city, and it's not just a local landmark, it's on the U.S. National Register of Historic Places. This is every bit a historic, significant piece of our community, and I will not quietly let it be torn down.
All right, do we have any other speakers? Any other questions about this development? I want to point out, and this isn't, again, I agree with Mr. Eggleston, there's a lot to really say that's, we've come a long way in this project, and to have something that we actually can agree that is a good project. But I also want to say that, you know, the Housing Authority has really the mission to fund and build for the poorest people. And this is just another example where without funding from the federal government, we end up with more market rates. We don't have any project for the 50%. The 50% market, the only place that they've gotten in is Ballantyne out of all of our housing trust fund projects, and now another one. And these are the people that are making 50% of the average for our families. And I just really think, again, it's good to do the 30s and up to the 80s, but there's a number of people that need housing, and it's at every range. And I just wish that we could have more of the variety of, and I wish that we had the ability to do more and not depend on market rate housing to support affordable housing because of the change in the federal government. But that is just a comment on what I believe is a great project. Does everybody understand the schedule? Let me ask that. Are there any questions about the schedule? So on June 22nd, there'll be a vote, and if there are any questions or concerns, please call the manager or Ms. Dotson. Okay? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question.
Yeah, Tracy, can you go back to the slide on the financing of it and the affordable housing?
Is this the one you're looking for?
Yeah. So the county's land sale proceeds, is that what the value of that land is, or is that just what the county's putting into it?
No, that is the value. The total sale of the entire parcel for 7th and North Tryon was $21.5 million. As I mentioned earlier, $5 million and change that is the library property goes back to the library project. And then the rest of that money, plus a $3 million contribution from the developer of 7th and North Tryon, would go to create that $18.7 million.
And what is the total value do we anticipate of this project?
The total economic value, the build-out value, I don't have that number right offhand. The land value was $21.5 million for the sale of the property.
Okay. I guess I'd like to know that a little bit. I'd like to get more information on that.
Tracy, I can talk to that.
Go ahead, Beth.
So the development value of the project is about $600 million. The private component of that is about $429 million. And in addition to that, there is additional value that's coming from both the library project and a project agreed to by the County Commission last week that has to do with renovation of the McGlowan Theater and the Black Box Theater as well. So it's a combination of about $600 million.
Okay, so that's a big project with a lot of value. And so how many units is the developer's $3 million going to provide?
Hold on one second, let me get to
units?
I don't have the exact on the $3 million. If you look at the allocation where you're essentially taking the 4.2 million and the 8.5, that gives you about 12.7 million of offsites. And then the 6 million, which is what I'm going to call on-site adjacent in the Enlivian project. So in total, you're at about, 580 of those sites would be off-site, 110 of them would be on-site.
Okay, and I'll get with you later, Tracy. I just want to understand the numbers and hopefully have an opportunity to still ask questions about that. It just seems like a massive development that has the potential. I mean, it's the most prime real estate we have in Charlotte, and $3 million from the development team doesn't seem like a whole lot.
Well, they're paying the market rate for the land, which is the 21.5, plus a $3 million contribution towards the affordable housing. I will also note, and I should have earlier, that after we were in front of you last time, one of the options that we looked at was trying to do affordable on-site with a master lease as a part of the market rate multifamily, and it was only yielding us 36 units for $14.5 million. And so when the Enlivian project, I think that's where the county got to, with the Enlivian project being adjacent at the 110 units of affordable, and then the off-site units.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll get with you on that.
Okay.
Can I ask another question? Where is the off-site? Where is a contribution? Have they identified an off-site location?
Beth, do you want to speak to that?
So no specific commitments have yet been made to offsite. However, during the course of the project, over the course of the last year in particular, we have identified a series of projects that are far enough along in the process that they are, I wouldn't call them quite shovel-ready, but they're within sight of being shovel-ready. One example, there are about 6 that have been identified, and there are a couple of others that are coming to attention as well. But one of them that would be familiar would be the affordable housing project at the YWCA on Park Road.
So I'd like to see those 6, Beth. I just wonder, are these above and beyond existing allocations to off-site housing, or
Yes.
the same?
Yes, the funding is gap funding. So these are projects that have been developed by the Housing Partnership, for example, but they don't have sufficient funding in their capital stack to actually execute the project. In 3 of the cases, they have already received an allocation from the Housing Trust Fund, so they would not be seeking that funding. But even after LIHTC, even after allocations from various funds available, they still lack sufficient capital to execute. So this is gap funding. It closes the gap and enables the project to move forward.
Okay, I'd like to see that list of projects that they're going to do for gap funding and see the other sources that are contributing to it. I guess I'm assuming that while the YWCA has developed some charitable gifts as well. I know that the Gambrell Foundation provided several millions to the Y. I was assuming that they were also, I can't remember if they're on our list of housing trust funds. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out if this is projects that we've already approved, or is are these projects that are coming out of a voter-approved bond that is expected to pass this fall. So I'd just like to see that list.
Certainly the list is available. I will confirm something that you allude to, and that is the list is projects that are identifiable at this point in time. If the community fully funds some of these projects, then obviously there would be no need for gap funding. I will say that the availability of these funds has actually, I think, encouraged a couple of organizations to identify projects that might be available for funding. So there are a couple that are not on the list that have already made themselves known in the process. So again, some of these projects, as you alluded, may be fully funded by the time we have cash in hand.
Okay, we just need to keep up with that and make sure that we understand what obligations, if any, we have. Okay. Any other questions? All right. I hope we can get that information before we have to go to the 22nd, which isn't that far away, really. All right, Mr. Jones?
So Mayor, we're down to the last presentation, and that would be the Pearl Park amendment, and Tracy will do that also.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jones. So the Pearl Park Midtown Development, the amendment to the tax increment grant that we have that's existing. Thank you. You approved a 2016 TIG agreement. This is actually asking to come back and amend that agreement. The redevelopment of the site has evolved into much more than initially envisioned, with the addition of the Sanger Heart and Vascular Center and an atrium medical office, as well as future phases of development yet to come. And so I'm going to walk you through very quickly what the 2016 grant was, which was approved for the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Area Plan infrastructure recommendations. It was a part of that. It extends Pearl Parkway that you can see in blue and the yellow on the board. It constructed Berkeley Avenue, which is in the green, from Pearl Park up to Greenwood Cliff. And then it set aside right-of-way for a future street. It also expanded Pearl Street Park. The original TIG terms was 45% over a 10-year term, and the total grant amount was $4.4 million. The amendment to the TIG would basically include continuing to build out this infrastructure. It would construct Berkeley Avenue from Greenwood Cliff to Harding Place, and I'll show you a map of where these are. It would widen Harding Place and connect a new street from Pearl Parkway to Greenwood Cliff. The adjustments to the TIG would expand the tax increment area. It would increase the TIG amount by $2.76 million, bringing the total revised amount to $17.17 million. And very quickly, just to show you what that looks like, you have the new street at the top left in yellow, the construction of Berkeley, which is just an additional connection in the middle of the street. And this now makes it so that you can actually connect from the new Pearl Parkway all the way to Moorhead from pretty much a straight shot without having to get onto Kenilworth. This also has the widening of Harding Place at the bottom right of your screen. And part of this is to accommodate Atrium Health. You'll see in the Sanger, I mentioned Institute, as well as the new medical office building. Just to give you a point of reference, these two buildings alone are intended to generate between 12 and 24,000 trips a day in and out of there. And so a small side street, it's a little bit harder to accommodate that. The intersection and widening of Harding can accommodate that better. Also, the central parking deck that will serve Atrium as well as the future development is about 1,700 parking spaces. This image shows in blue what the existing tax increment area is, and what is in red and yellow would basically just be the expansion of the tax increment area. Finish up on a couple of slides just to show you what we have out here today, which is the construction of the Realtors building. It's one of the buildings closest to you in the image. I'll show you all of this labeled in a second, along with the construction of Atrium and the parking deck. Here's an image of the Sanger Heart and Vascular Institute that is under construction now, scheduled to open at the end of the year. as well as the adjacent Atrium Medical Building. The last slide we have just kind of labels all of this for you and shows you in blue what the additional development area would be. So we are bringing this back to you on June 22nd for a decision on the expansion of the TIG, or amendment of the TIG, if you will. And again, the reason for doing this in 2 weeks is the intent of the work being done and completed by the time Sanger, the Sanger Institute opens at the end of this year, so that the improvements can accommodate the density that is being put onto the site. I think it's a great story for how Midtown is evolving, the growth of Atrium in this area as well, and the continued commitment by the developer to help us build out a street network between Moorhead and Kenilworth and McDowell. And with that, I will stop for questions.
All right. I don't see anyone having questions, but I'm going to start off. Tracy, can you go to the slide that talks about extending the tax increment financing to the geography that you want to add to? What is the public purpose in doing that?
In expanding it, we believe that this area will, Pappas has this area, portions what's in red currently under control. Initially, what was in red beside the parking deck was not included. Now the new medical office building will come in, so it will help generate that additional tax, that new tax revenue. What's in red on the other side of Berkeley will be redeveloped to accompany and complement this project as well. I think he is looking at potentially some senior living. Don't quote me on that. I will get the correct answer for you on that. But residential and back on that side as well. And potentially then including the yellow area as well if that part redevelops.
So I'm going to say this, and it's been a long day and a long night, but I hope that the Mayor Pro Tem will remember our meeting with Mr. Pappas about this project. And it was a really controversial project because as you look at it, it's all office, and there was very little idea around how to treat Pearl Street area with these housing authorities in Livian now, but at then the senior center, which has just been renovated in Livian, and the idea of, I guess for me, I'm having a hard time understanding why the expansion, when we had this conversation, that was a very controversial decision, and now we're kind of saying, well, it's working, so let's do more with it. And I know it's late, but I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about this and understand and have everybody understand the history of it. Yes, we got Pearl Street Park, which is now, I guess, a better soccer field, or has the park improvements, have they been made?
The park improvements are underway, and my understanding is that there's a city project that's under construction through there right now that's stormwater related. So some of the improvements have been made. The street is in, as you saw from one of the images earlier, but the city project is actually the last step in finalizing the park.
And we're doing the tax increment grant, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Into the extended area with the yellow and the red on the slide?
Yes. And
we are assuming that these will all be tax-paying properties? I mean, are the existing Atrium properties providing tax income? Are they leased and paid taxes by, or tell me how that works?
Yes, they are leased and paid taxes.
Okay. I think that I'd like to have a little bit more time, but it's getting late and a long day. But I think I'd like to look at what we did before, and before we move to what we're trying to accomplish and increase the area. Okay, any other questions about that? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Jones, do you have anything else?
That's it, Mayor.
I know it's been a long day, and I've got a 15-page speech here that I wanted to read to everyone. I think I just got a motion to adjourn, but I do want to say something before we end. You know, we've talked a lot about policing and what's going on, and I have a great appreciation for that. But the racism and systemic racism in this country isn't just belonging to policing. It belongs to all of our city. And I am going to begin to talk with the corporate leaders, particularly the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council, as well as other folks in this community, because we need to define better what we're talking about to eliminate racism in our city and own it. We need to ask our partners. We always talk about our partners in the corporate and the philanthropic community, what we should be doing. And this isn't the time, again, for, I understand task forces and committees, but we are a city, and I just want to use one example that's small. You know, we are a city of professional services, accountants, law firms, tech firms. And you know, most of those firms recruit from the top 10% of colleges, and they recruit the top 10% of students for those colleges. They've been doing it for as long as I can recall. But that means they exclude people, primarily people of color, that perhaps have to go to a historically African-American college, the HBCUs, that don't get ever the opportunity to interview with these firms that produce some of the best incomes and provide. And that's systemic to me. That's just a practice that's been acceptable for a long time. And the real step of change around dealing with race and racism is to not look just within how we enforce order and law in our city, but how do we actually create opportunities for people in our city. So I want you to know I'll take this long, thoughtful thing that I did around what we possibly can do, and I'm just going to go straight to the point. I'll be asking the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council to join with us in an effort that we begin to deal with systemic racism in hiring and creating jobs. I mean, we've gotten really too comfortable with segregated neighborhoods. We've gotten very comfortable with low-wage jobs without health care benefits or child care. And we've gotten kind of comfortable that it's okay that we have C-suites and boards that provide only a small group of people the opportunity to contribute. And we've got to address this. So I appreciate everything that the council has done and will do for our part of this, what makes the difference there. But as a city, the 15th largest city now in the country, it has to be a bigger effort. It has to be more about what the private sector does and changing the kind of city that we want to be. So with that, I just wanted to know that I'd be talking with them, and I will continue to talk about this, not in the context of government. We have to fix our own house. We can't be comfortable where we are, but we can't allow where the majority of the commerce and economics is placed in this community is not within government. It extends way far beyond. So with that, are there any other reports to be had, Mr. Jones?
No, that's it, Mayor.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, I had the Mayor Pro Tem. I'm sorry. Did you say something, Mr. Jones?
No, I think there's no additional reports.
Okay, I didn't know. I think I thought I heard someone say something. Mayor Pro Tem.
That was, Mayor, that was me, Ed Driggs.
Okay, let me get Mayor Pro Tem and then Mr. Driggs and Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, everybody, for all this work. We've now been at it just about 5 hours, but I know that a lot of us have been getting text messages and from people that are out on the streets tonight, and because there has been some altercations between our police officers and protesters. And let me just say that, you know, I'll speak for myself, but I think you clearly can see from the majority of council that
we are committed to change, and we are committed to allowing protesters to protest lawfully and peacefully. But that also means that while we are willing to watch videos and call for accountability, we're going to also do that when we see just the opposite. So I'm also asking protesters that are out there and that want to be out there peacefully and lawfully, because they have a message, to also call out protesters who aren't out there for that reason. They're out there to taunt police officers and to agitate them to try to get some kind of action. So that's just not acceptable. And I'm hoping that it doesn't just speak up when they feel upset about one side of the issue, but when they feel upset about the other side of the issue as well. I recognize, to Mr. Bakari's point, that there are a lot of officers that are and their families that are hurting right now. They signed up to do a job to protect the community. We want them to do that. We all have a lot of work to do, but we've all got to be in this together.
All right, thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On a lighter note, and as a point of personal privilege, I wanted to point out that it is my wife's birthday today. And she has been such a devoted companion. I wanted to recognize her. I've hardly had a chance to talk to her all day, so I'm hoping council will join me in wishing her a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Caroline.
Happy
birthday, Caroline.
Thank you very much.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy birthday, Ms. Caroline Driggs. I also want to follow up on what Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. We have our CMPD captain, Brad Coach. He has been assaulted twice in past 2 days, today and yesterday. And that behavior by protesters, it's not acceptable. I'm all for the peaceful and lawful protesters, and I will stand with them, and I will fight to make sure that we change policies and address the issues around racism. But at the same time, any violence against our officers is not acceptable. And we will hold everyone accountable. And I just want to make sure that message goes out. So I hope that all my colleagues will also put out a statement that violence against officers is not acceptable. And we should condemn that. Thank you.
All right. So do I have a motion to adjourn? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yeah.
All right. I think that Mr. Baker kind of gives us some grace on this one. We'll just pick 6 people or 4 people to join, or 5 people to join Mr. Winston in saying yes. All right,
Yes.
we adjourn.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
We can leave the meeting.